We're starting with the commercial heifers. We have 5 in the first heat. Split 2 should make their way to the ring right now too, and split 3 should be thinking about getting on their way. Split 1, we're looking for McKenna Lowe, Madison Birkin, Paisley Allenson, Dawson McLean, Roderick Whitbread. You guys should be making your way to the marshalling area right now because we are going to start in 15 minutes. Test 1, 2. Mike, test 1, 2. We got the right here. Perfect.
Every day brings new light to help us on our way. Always taking my breath, whether sun or rain. The wind will carry us over that horizon we see is getting closer. This is why we live for moments like this. This is why we live.
If you can hear me, let's make our way to the marshalling area. If you're in class 1 or 2, let's make our way to the marshalling area. This is all part of showmanship. You should be early to the marshalling area. Jonesy doesn't have his running shoes on, so he isn't going to chase you down. He has his water wings, but not his running shoes. Chad, you should put your stuff over here. Come around this way. Again, split 1. We are looking for McKenna Lowe, Madison Birkin, Paisley Allenson, Dawson McLean, and Roderick Whitbread. There's 5 heifers in split 1. Split number 2 should be making their way up here also, which is Paisley Allenson, Emma Thomason, Caitlin Stepp again. Allison, how do I say that name again? Which one? You know which one, the Z one. Lexus Ziegel-Gansberger. Make your way to the marshalling area. The Whitbread family, please make your way to the marshalling area. That's all we're waiting for. The Whitbread family, please make your way to the marshalling area. Ten-minute warning. 10-minute warning. This show will start at 12 o'clock sharp.
Tell me, pretty lady, now if you don't give, did you ever really think, did you ever really feel that?
Looking pretty sharp, Mr. Wilson. Looking real sharp. Here.
We could know? You don't find, did you ever really think, did you ever really try to give me all of you to know, or did you just let go? What do you want from me? Honey, I can't even breathe. Tell me if I found what you can't see, would you come back to me? If I was a better man, if I could change, I would. But I find I'm at a loss for words, and even when they come, it hurts. What do you want from me? Honey, I can't even breathe. Tell me if I found what you can't see, would you come back to me?
This is the last call for the Whitbread family. We are, oh, I see him coming. There we go. We got 5 minutes and we're starting right at 12 o'clock sharp.
Try to let me go, go. Tell me, baby, is this real? Or do I want what you don't feel? If you think that you don't know, try to let me go, go. Try to let me go. Try to let me go. Try to let me go, go. Try to let me go. Try to let me go. Honey, what you doing to me, my love? Honey, what you doing to me? Come on and make make yourself at home. Honey, what you doing to me? Honey, what you doing with your sweet dark eyes? Honey, what you doing to me? Come on in and make yourself at home. Honey, what you doing to me? Tell me about your troubles and I'll tell you about mine. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time.
Tracy, show us how the polka works with this music.
Tell me about your worries and I'll tell you about mine.
It's a junior
Honey,
show.
I've
Be
got
nice.
time. Honey, I've got time. Tell me why you laugh and why you cry.
The world just
Honey,
seen what
I've
you did to
got
me.
time. Honey, I've got time. Honey, what you doing to me, my love? Honey, what you doing to me?
Well, good morning, folks. It's not quite 12 o'clock, Jonesy, so we'll start our introductions and then we'll walk in at noon. Good morning. Welcome to our third annual 2026 Prairie Thunder Spring Classic here in Nokomis at the Ag Fair. Again, while we're just getting ready to start, we got to give a big thanks to the committee that puts this on. A huge thanks to Allison Porter, Chris General Schmidt, Rhett Jones, Nicole Jones, Kirsten Voice, and our resident Hutterite, Mac Blair. I sure appreciate all of our committee. There's a bunch of extra people that did a bunch of setup yesterday. You all know who you were that come and helped Chris when he was busy, because Chris and Allison run a fertilizer dealership, and of course what couldn't be a worse time for them to be putting this show on. So thanks to all the helpers from yesterday. And again, thanks to the Nokomis Ag Society, Sherry Peterson and Dwayne Langtang for helping put this together, letting the Prairie Thunder be on their grounds and seeing all these trailers and people here. Again, thanks to everybody that's involved. We're going to get ready to start here right now. Our judge for the day is Mr. Chad Wilson. I will get making some comments about Chad as we go along. Chad and I got a bit of a history here. Him and I went to college together, so I can tell some good stories. If I don't agree with how he's placed a class, don't worry. I'll throw some comments out about Chad, and we'll have a little fun throughout the day. Anyway, again, let's get moving on to our third annual Prairie Spring Classic and our commercial heifer class, split number one. Split 101 is the scratch. First in is entry number 102, Anchorage Queen Mother, exhibited by McKenna Lowe, born May 3rd. Following her, entry number 104, Taylor, exhibited by Madison Birkin, born April 19th. Next in is entry number 105, Molly, exhibited by Paisley Allenson, born April 14th. Following her is entry number 106, Freya, shown by Dawson McLean, born April 11th. And rounding out the class is entry number 107, Tess, exhibited by Roderick Whitbread, born April 9th. Judge, our class is complete.
Come on in and make yourself at home. Honey, what you doing to me? Honey, what you doing with your long dark hair? Honey, what you doing to me? Come on in and make yourself at home. Honey, what you doing to me? Tell me about your trouble and I'll tell you about mine.
Our division sponsor in the commercial division, our champion commercial heifer, is sponsored by Riverstone Cattle Company, Tim Matthews and family at Olds. Also, Payne Livestock, Rocky and Debbie Payne out of Lloydminster. Our reserve champion commercial heifer is sponsored by Mainstream Genetics, Chris Schmidt and family, along with Alliance Genetics, Mike Frank out of Prince Albert. So they are our commercial sponsors for the day.
I've got time, honey, I've got time. Tell me about your words and I'll tell you about mine. Honey, I've got time, honey, I've got time. Tell me why you laugh and why you cry. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time.
Our ring help, we have a mother-son duo, Tracy and Owen Wilms. Thanks for coming out, you two. We appreciate it. Owen, you must have fired your sister from it, did you? You did, eh? She might be having her 21st birthday party tonight, so I'm thinking that had a little bit to play with it, and along with maybe a little crop spray, but I'm going to go with the birthday more so.
What you doing to me, my love? Honey, what you doing to me? Come on in and make yourself at home. Honey, what you doing to me? Honey, what you doing with your 200 IQ? Honey, what you doing to me? Come on in and make yourself at home. Honey, what you doing to me? Tell me about your trouble and I'll tell you about mine. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time. Tell me about your worries and I'll tell you about mine. Honey, I've got time.
If you're in split 2, please get to the marshalling area. Split 3, start making your way up here. Split 3, make your way to the marshalling area. Split 3. Looks like we're ready. Looks like we're ready from Judge Wilson on our comments on split number 1 of commercial heifers.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's certainly an honor and a pleasure to be here today. Looks like we got a really nice day to work with here today, and right off the start, I think we got a nice pair of heifers in this first class to get us going, and I think you could flip-flop these two. For me, the heifer that wins the class is just, she's probably the most complete. She's the soundest of the pair. A heifer that's got a lot of rib to her, a lot of capacity. Gonna go on and be a real nice cow down the road. If I could freshen her up just a little bit, I would today, but I think the fundamentals are there on this one, and just a good female to start the class off with. Second place heifer, definitely the heifer that caught your eye when she come in. Really like how she's built through that front end, really high tying, lots of length and extension up front, definitely enough rib. I think to get her any higher today, I just need to free her up a little bit off that hind too. She wants to get a little tight in her pastern here today, but a heifer that you do admire the style and the look that she's got. Next heifer in class has a lot of length of body. She's a high performing heifer. Maybe just gives up a little bit of the rear flank. Just like to change her inner structure a little bit to get her knee higher. Red heifer next in line. Heifer that's got some performance. She just gets a little straight fronted. Like to see a little more flexibility off that front end when you get her in motion. And the heifer that rounds out the class, a long-sided heifer that's going to be a nice cow. Just gives up some of the balance, some of the structure of the heifers above her.
Thanks, Chad. And advancing out of split number 1, first in class is entry number 105, Molly, exhibited by Paisley Allenson. Also advancing to our commercial final will be entry number 102, Anchorage Queen Mother, exhibited by McKenna Lowe. Following her, entry number 106, Freya, by Dawson McLean. Fourth, entry number 104, Taylor, exhibited by Madison Birkin. Fifth, and rounding out the class is entry number 107, Tess, exhibited by Roderick Whitbread. Moving in to split number 2 of our commercial heifers. First in, entry number 108, Ivy, exhibited by Paisley Allenson, born April 3rd. Following her is entry number 109, Suji, exhibited by Emma Thomason. And I'm told it was her birthday yesterday. Is that right, Emma? Emma's 16th birthday? I figured it was 21. 21. Next in, entry number 110, Melissa, exhibited by Caitlin Stepp, born April 1st. Following her, entry number 111, Madonna, also shown by Caitlin Stepp, born March 27th. And rounding out the class is entry number 112, Pearl, exhibited by Lexus Ziegel-Gansberger. And I am going to get this done before the day's out, Lexus. I'm going to get that nailed. Born March 21st. That is split number 2. Split number 3 should be in the marshalling area. Split number 3 in the marshalling area. We're looking for 5 head. Again, split number 3. Please make your way to the marshalling area. Split number 3. Since our judge didn't give us a profile on himself, I'll just start a little bit, a bit here. Chad Wilson's from Wawota, Saskatchewan. He runs Haraldson Polled Herefords, probably one of the elite Polled Herefords in Canada, if not North America. They've sold cattle all over the world. He's won every major out there. Chad also judged down in the States in Dodge City, Kansas back in the day, and yeah, Chad's on the family farm, running, I don't know, a couple hundred Hereford cows, purebred cows, and a few Angus cows that you've Angus breeders have probably seen a few of his Angus bulls out there that they've sold in the All-Star sale in Regina. So, again, a big thanks to Chad Wilson for driving up here from Wawota to come judge Nokomis, as we call it, N State. Probably a big round of applause for Chad would be good. And here's our comments from Chad on split number 2.
Another nice class here, and I think we got some options at the top of this class. This heifer that wins the class, certainly powerful, lots of top in her, really wide from hook to hook, get behind her, wide pinned heifer. Pretty nice through her joints and her structure for the power she's got. A heifer that's got enough look, I think, for the mass and power she's got. Really, she is a heifer you do got to admire. This red heifer in second, kind of when they first come in, this is the heifer I gravitated to. Just because she is so well balanced, very complete. I think there's a lot of future in this heifer. I think she looks like she's going to turn into a really nice cow for this young lady, showing her really nice teat setup. Maybe just a little bit plainer, but I think one that just, from the terms of a functional standpoint, just has a lot of future to her. Red heifer in third place. Again, nice long-bodied heifer. Maybe just gives up a little bit of the power of the two above her, but I think, again, one that is going to go on and be a nice productive cow for this young lady. These two black heifers at the end of the class, some heifers that got some length of body, some growth to them. They're probably a little fresher in their appearance here today, which I don't mind. Maybe just like to deepen them up a bit, give them a little more volume to get them any higher. But I think all in all, good set of heifers from top to bottom.
Thanks, Chad. And advancing to our commercial final is entry number 112, Pearl, exhibited by Alexis Zegelgensberger. I can butcher that like nobody else. Entry number 108, Ivy, exhibited by Paisley Allison, will also be coming back for the commercial division. Following her, third place, entry 109, Suji, exhibited by Emma Thomason. Fourth, entry number 111, Madonna, exhibited by Caitlin Stepp. And fifth, entry number 110, Melissa, exhibited by Caitlin Stepp. That finishes off split number 2. Moving into split number 3, commercial heifers. First in, entry number 113, Norma Jean Riley, exhibited by Gabby McLeod, born March 20th. Following her is entry number 114, Naomi, exhibited by Zoe Lockness, born March 13th. Next in, entry number 115, Pepper, exhibited by Tracy Stiles, born March 12th. Trace, sorry. Entry number 116, Mila, exhibited by Kendra Ewan, born March 5th. And rounding out the class is entry number 117, Laney, exhibited by Jacob McLean, born March 5th also. This is our split number 3 of commercial heifers. Again, our sponsors on the commercial division is Riverstone Cattle Company, Tim and Kim Matthews and family out of Olds, Alberta, and Payne Livestock, Rocky and Debbie Payne out of Lloydminster. On the reserve champion commercial heifer sponsor is Mainstream Genetics, Chris Schmidt and family out of Watrous, also a committee member, and Alliance Genetics, Mike Frank out of Prince Albert. Again, thanks to our sponsors that sponsored the commercial division. couple other people that we need to recognize is 7D Media. They're here taking pictures all day. They're doing candids, they're doing backdrops, and it's Sam Bushbeck and Mackenzie Paget. Again, thanks to 7D Media, and follow them on any of the socials, and you'll see probably some stuff from here. Next in is Baxter Blair from Double B Media, and Baxter Blair is doing some videos, some candid shots. He'll do some collages. Watch for his stuff on probably Facebook, Instagram. It's really neat work what he does. You'll really appreciate to see it after. Again, thanks to Double B Media, Baxter Blair, 7D Media, Sam Bushbeck, and Mackenzie Paget. Thank you, folks, for coming. Here's our comments on split number 3.
Definitely another class here with some options. The black heifer that's going to win the class, she's kind of the high-performing, long-bodied heifer that gets out and moves well enough. Just kind of from a balance standpoint, kind of gravitates to the top. I'd like to freshen her up a bit, clean her up in her underline as she gets out in motion, but I think today she needs to be at the top end of this class. Red heifer, real long-bodied heifer that's got some style to her. Maybe just like to deepen her flank, soften her up a little bit. But, I appreciate the condition this heifer's in. Heifer that's got a lot of length of body, and she's certainly sound enough in her structure. Black heifer next in line, really a deep-bodied kind of heifer. Just maybe like to change her off her hind two a bit. But, I think one that's going to go on and make a nice functional cow down the road. Really like the length of body in her. Heifer next in line, really long-bodied heifer. Just gets a little tighter wound, like to change her in her joints and her structure a bit to get her any higher. And the heifer that rounds out the class just gets a little flatter made, like to change her in her hind leg, give her a little more foot, a little more bone to get her any higher. But nice group of heifers.
Thanks, Chad. And advancing out of split number 3, entry number 116, Mila, exhibited by Kendra Ewan. Following her and advancing to the final is entry number 117, Laney, exhibited by Jacob McLean. Third in class is entry number 114, Naomi, exhibited by Zoe Lackness. Fourth in class, entry number 113, Norma Jean Riley, exhibited by Gabby McLeod. And rounding out the class, entry number 115, Pepper, exhibited by Trace Stiles. Again, moving up, that's it. 1 and 2 will advance to the finals in the commercial division. Moving into split number 4 of our commercial heifers. First in, entry number 118, K5 Penny, 10N, exhibited by Cannon Kiner, born March 3rd. 119 is a scratch. 120, Little Miss, exhibited by Gibson Grenham, born February 16th. Entry number 121 is a scratch. Next in is entry number 122, Layla, exhibited by Ember Redicop, born February 10th. Following her, entry number 123, Spitfire, exhibited by Joran Fry, born February 4th. And rounding out the class, entry number 124, Black Betty, exhibited by Colt Redicop, born January 31st. This is split number 4. Juniors, when you're making your way to the ring, please make sure you got the right numbers in your harnesses. Please make sure you got the right numbers in. makes it a little easier for us to make sure we get the right kids in the classes. Split number 5. Split number 5. Make your way to the marshalling area. Split number 5. Make your way to the marshalling area. Split 6 should be working their way up also. Split 6 should be too. Looks like we're ready for comments in this class from Judge Chad Wilson.
definitely some variation here, and we're going to start with this red heifer. She's feeling a little frisky out here today, but I think when you get analyzing them, she's the most complete. She's the most well balanced heifer that's got a lot of look to her. She's got enough spring of rib and shape to her. One that's just got a lot of future to her. Young man's doing a heck of a job working with her here today. So the guy in second, I really like the way this heifer's built. She's really straight and nice in her line. She's got enough look to her, got enough rib. She's just not big enough for me today to get her any higher. But, from a balance standpoint, she's one you do like. Third place heifer, a heifer that, she's fairly complete, this heifer. I'd just like to change her a little bit up through her front end. She gets a little bold, little rigid in that shoulder to get her any higher. But I think one that's going to go on and be a nice cow. We round the class out with, there's two big black heifers at the bottom, and these heifers certainly got some frame, some performance to them. They just get a little flatter made. I'd like to give them a little more shape, a little more spring and rib to get them any higher today.
Thanks, Chad. First in class, and what a fitting name you have here, Joran. Entry number 123, Spitfire, advancing to her final, exhibited by Joran Fry. Also advancing is entry number 118, K5 Penny 10N, exhibited by Cannon Kiner. Third in class, entry number 120, Little Miss, exhibited by Gibson Grenham. Fourth in class, entry number 122, Layla, exhibited by Ember Redicop. And fifth in class, entry number 124, Black Betty, exhibited by Colt Redicop. That is our split number 4. Moving in to split number 5. First in is entry number 125, Princess, exhibited by Hayes Redicop, born January 30th. Next in is entry number 126 is a scratch. 127, DK Rosebud 40N, exhibited by Brenna Fornwald, born January 26th. Following her is entry number 128, BJL Miss Best Answer 42N, exhibited by Jaden Luther, born January 17th. Following her is entry number 129, Miss Wright, exhibited by Allie Porter, born January 15th. And rounding out the class, entry number 130, Shada, exhibited by Jessa Martins, born January 13th. Split 6, make your way to the marshalling area. Split 6 of the commercial heifers to the marshalling area. If you were first or second in any of the splits, probably should be tied under the lean-to. If you were first or second in split 1 through 5 or 4, should be tied under the lean-to. Here's our comments on split number 5.
I think we got a real nice heifer to start off this last class here. You know, a heifer that just really balances up well. She's a heifer that's got a lot of spring or rib, a lot of depth of body to her, but maintains that shape. You get behind her, she's definitely a heifer that's, you know, wide enough pin, got enough width to her. Really like how her hind legs built. She's really good from her hooks to pins. A heifer that's got a nice look to her. Heifer in second, really a long-sided heifer, you know, that has that presence about her too. Maybe just like to tweak her in her hind legs, set up here a bit to get her any higher, but I think one that's going to go on and be a nice female down the line. Heifer next in line, kind of the high-performing heifer, lots of length of body, lots of power. Just like to freshen her up through that chest floor and that underline a bit to get her any higher. Maybe just lean her up a bit to, you know, make her a little more appealing here today, but certainly one you do admire the power. Heifer next in line, really a big topped, wide pinned heifer that's got a lot of stifle, a lot of shape. Maybe just gets a little shorter up through that front end. Probably has a tick extra shoulder and mass for the, you know, the flank and the balance that she's got. But, you know, I think when you do got admire the thickness and with the body. And heifer that rounds out the class, really a refined female, one that's probably going to go on and be a nice productive cow. Just gets a little bit flatter made, needs a little more bone, a little more power to get any higher in this particular split.
Thanks, Chad. And first in class and advancing to our commercial final is entry number 127, DK Rosebud 40N, exhibited by Brenna Fornwald. Also, second in class and advancing to our final is entry number 128, BJL Miss Best Answer 42N, exhibited by Jaden Luther. Third in class, entry number 129, Miss Right, exhibited by Allie Porter. Fourth in class, entry number 130, Shady, exhibited by Jessa Martins. And rounding out the class, entry number 125, Princess, exhibited by Hayes Redicott. Moving in to our final split of commercial heifers, split number 6. We have one scratch. Entry number 134 is a scratch today. First in, entry number 131, Trisha, 316N, exhibited by Kyle Wilton, born January 11th. Next in is entry number 132, Mr. Don't Doubt Addie, exhibited by Erica Zorb, born January 8th. Following her, entry number 133, Miss Nova 41N, exhibited by Tyrell Bueller, born January 7th. 134 is a scratch. Entry number 135, Princess 502N, exhibited by Grayson Stadnick, born January 6th. And rounding out the class is entry number 136, K5 Stella 7N, exhibited by Teslin Kiner, born January 5th. This is our final class of commercial heifers. while we're sitting at the show ring, just take a look around at all of our major sponsors. We've got Claus, T-Bar C, Mazer Group, Mainline Chrysler, King of Trucks in Watrous, and Brandt Equipment. Again, a big round of applause to all our major sponsors that help put this show on. Thank you so much. Also, all of our class sponsors and are all listed on all the banners. When you get a chance, if you see any of them sponsors, shake their hand and thank them. Without them, we don't make this day happen, and these kids to have the day that they're going to have and have a lot of fun here on a beautiful sunny day. And we don't get too often to see green grass and wet, little bit of wet grass here in Nokomis this time of year, so sure nice to see. Here's Chad with our comments on our final split of commercial heifers.
Another nice class here, and really a well-balanced, attractive made heifer that wins the class. She's really nice through that shoulder, how she ties into her neck. Really nice scald heifer. You know, built really nice out that hip, really nice hind leg in her. Just a well-balanced kind of a female. Second place heifer, a heifer that you really like. I think she's going to go on and make a nice cow. She's real long and level down her top. She just wants to get a little off up front for me today. Just like to fix her there a bit to get her any higher. But I think one that's, you know, going to be a nice, moderate, easy keeping kind of female down the line. Third place heifer, really a stout made heifer that's got a lot of volume and substance to her. I'd just like to stretch that front end out a bit, make her just a little nicer through that skull to get her any higher. But I think one that, you know, certainly you got to admire for the width and the base that she's got. Big baldy heifer next in line here, really a big bodied heifer. Lots of length and performance in her. Just like to refine her a little bit in her joints to get her any higher. But I think from a performance standpoint, certainly a nice kind of a female. And the heifer that rounds out the class, just like to change her a bit in her structure to get her any higher. But certainly you got to admire the rib and the mass that she's got. Just gets a little plainer up through that front end to get any higher in this particular class.
Thanks, Chad. And advancing and coming right back into our final drive of our commercial heifers is entry number 136, K5 Stella 7N, exhibited by Tesla and Kiner. Also coming in second is entry number 131, Tricia 316N, exhibited by Kyle Wilton. Third in class, entry number 132, Mr. Don't Doubt Addy, exhibited by Erica Zorb. Fourth in class, entry number 135, Princess 502N, exhibited by Grayson Stadnick. And rounding out the class, entry number 133, Miss Nova 41N, exhibited by Tyrell Bueller. Coming in out of our first split is entry number 105, Molly, exhibited by Paisley Allenson, a.k.a. Taylor Reed. A little bit of halter power here. Second in split number 1 was entry number 102, Anchorage Queen Mother, exhibited by McKenna Lowe. Out of split number 2, entry number 112, Pearl, exhibited by Lexus Ziegel Gansberger. Second in split number 2 is entry number 108, Ivy, exhibited by Paisley Allenson. She has 2 running in the commercial division. Good job, Paisley. First time all these heifers have seen some heat on them this year, and they're feeling a little frisky. Just like the judge. Split number 3, entry number 116, Mila, exhibited by Kendra Ewan. And second in split number 3, entry number 117, Laney, exhibited by Jacob McLean. Split number 4, first in class was entry number 123, Spitfire, exhibited by Joran Fry. Second in split number 4 is entry number 118, K5 Penny 10N, exhibited by Cannon Kiner. Out of split number 5, first in class was entry number 127, DK Rosebud 40N, exhibited by Brenna Fornwald. Second in split number 5 is entry number 128, BJL Miss Best Answer 42N, exhibited by Jaden Luther. And out of split number 6, our final split, was entry number 136, K5 Stella 7N, exhibited by Teslin Kiner. And second in split 6 was entry number 131, Trisha, 316N, exhibited by Kyle Wilton. This is our final drive of our commercial females. Sponsor. If we can get a sponsor to come up here for the picture, that would be great. From Riverstone Cattle Company, Tim and Kim Matthews and family out of Olds, Alberta. Also, a sponsor of our champion commercial heifer was Payne Livestock, Rocky and Debbie Payne from Lloydminster, Alberta. Actually, that's Saskatchewan, sorry. Reserve champion commercial heifer, Mainstream Genetics, Chris Schmidt and family out of Watrous. And Alliance Genetics, Mike Frank out of Prince Albert. Again, thanks to all of our division sponsors. Big round of applause for our sponsors for making this banner happen. While our judge is out there selecting, we are going to do our reverse key draw for anybody that's been here over the last couple years. You want to be the last 10 names in this bucket. Throughout the day, I'm just going to start drawing names. If you hear your name, sorry, you don't get to win the keys or win the big prizes at the end. So you don't want to hear your name. If you hear your name, say shucks. First name out of the hat is Zoe Lockness with Naomi. So that one is out. But remember, if you have multiple entries, you can still be in. Zoe is out. Also, Austin Krieger with Georgina, you're out. Next one. East Mount Cindy, Autumn Wilkie. That one's out. And the last one I'll draw right now. Oh, Addison Barnett with your steer, you are out. Split number 1 of Angus heifers, get your way to the marshalling area. Split number 1 of Angus heifers to the marshalling area. Stacy Domes, your name's kind of in vain up here right now. I would probably come to the announcer stand, Stacy Domes. I would make it rather quick, too. And here's our judge with our comments on our final drive of commercial heifers.
I'll give these juniors a round of applause. I think we got a really nice set of heifers out here. You know, I think with this being a mixed division, we got a little variance in our type and kind out here. But I think when you analyze all these heifers on the top, they're good functional cattle. They're cattle that got some ribs, some capacity. They're going to go on and make nice cows when it's all said and done. So we kind of went through these all individually in class. So I've got a couple picked out, and I'll go show you guys my 2 favorites.
Out of our split number 5, our grand champion commercial heifer is number 127, DK Rosebud, 40N, exhibited by Brenna Fornwald. And out of split number 2, our reserve, entry number 112, Pearl, exhibited by Lexus Ziegel-Gansberger, is our reserve. Winning our champion banner, donated by Riverstone Cattle Company, Tim and Kim Matthews, and Payne Livestock, Rocky and Debbie Payne, is DK Rosebud, Brenna Fornwald. And receiving our reserve champion commercial banner, exhibited by Mainstream Genetics, Chris Schmidt and family, and Alliance Genetics, Mike Frank, is entry 112, Pearl, with Lexus Ziegel-Gansberger. Congratulations to all exhibitors, and we are going to go sneak back and grab a couple backdrop picks. Judge is going to stay in the ring, I believe. You stay right here, Chad. You're a good guy, Chad. Hey, Jorn, how do you love Red Angus, eh, buddy? Not so much? Not today? Moving into our Angus heifers. Looks like we're going to start with our Angus division. Our Angus division sponsor is Wilbar Cattle Company, Brian Tracy. Oh, I'm sorry. Our champion black division is sponsored by Graco Angus Ranch, Kent and Marine Schmidt from Prairie, and Hollinger Land and Cattle, Chad and Brenna Hollinger out of Newdorf. In our reserve, sponsored by Graco Angus and Dusty Rose Cattle Company, Randy and Lori James out of Arcola. First in split number 1, entry number... Sorry. Entry number 137, Grills Rosebud, 2539N, exhibited by Tessa Zorb. Next in is entry number 138, Grills Empress, 2538N, exhibited by Tatum Harlock. Them two heifers are born March 29th and 28th of March. Following her is entry number 139, Ivanhoe Linda, 5N, exhibited by Casey Toner, also born March 28th. And rounding out the class, entry number 140, Double B Lady, 531, exhibited by Kaylin Bartle, born March 6th. Entry 141 is a scratch. 4 head in this class. If anybody's missing a pair of scissors, they're up here in the sound truck. I think you'll want them. They're probably fairly expensive. They're Sullivan's clippers, or scissors. So if you lost a pair of scissors, they're up here in the sound truck. Come up and see us. Holden Erickson found them, and he was graciously enough to bring them up here. So come and up here and claim them. Split 2, make your way to the marshalling area. Also, split 3, start working your way up too. Split 3 of Angus heifers, start making your way up. Split 2 should be in the marshalling area already. We're pretty fortunate to have a lady here by the name of Jamie Blacklock. It is her 25th birthday today. Let's all sing her happy birthday. Give her the birthday bumps if you can, too. Happy birthday, Jamie. She is going to hit me when she sees me. I know that. Looks like we're ready for comments on split number 1 of our Black Angus heifer class, split number 1.
I think we got a nice class of Angus heifers here to start off this division, and you know, this top pair you could flip around a bit if you want to, but the heifer that starts the class, just love the middle, the rib, the capacity she's got. You get behind her, really like, you know, the pin set in her, the stifle. You know, a heifer that's just got a lot of power, a lot of mass, a lot of length of body. I probably do like the second place heifer a little bit at the ground than our top place heifer, and I probably like her a little bit through her head and neck a little more, but just gives up a bit of that shape, that stifle from behind. But I think this female here, she's moderate, but she's going to go on and make a real nice cow down the road. Really a nice pair of heifers. Third place heifer, heifer that's got some length of body. She's straight in her lines, gets out, moves well enough. Just a good functional kind of female. Just gives up a little bit of the power to the two above her, but I think one that's going to go on and be a productive young female. One that rounds out the class, really a high-performing, long-bodied heifer. Maybe just like to change her in that forerib a bit. She's just a little easier in her top today, but I think a heifer that you admired the length and the performance that she's got.
Thanks, Chad. Advancing to our Champion Angus final will be entry number 137, Grills Rosebud, 2539N, exhibited by Tessa Zorb. Second, and also coming back, is entry number 138, Grills Empress, 2538N, exhibited by Tatum Harlock. Third in class, entry number 139, Ivanhoe Linda, 5N, exhibited by Casey Toner. And rounding out the class, entry number 140, Double B Lady, 531, exhibited by Kaylin Bartle. Moving in to split number 2 of Angus heifers. First in, and a lot quieter one here for Joran. Entry number 142, Fryburn Blackbird, 103N, exhibited by Joran Fry, born February 24th. Next in is entry number 143, Blair's Emblanette, 527N, exhibited by Calder Jones. Next in is entry number 144, Mainstream Southern Belle, 11N, exhibited by Rebecca Porter. Following her is entry number 145, Blue Hills Beauty, 22N, exhibited by Katie Kolonowski. And rounding out the class, entry number 146, Third Degree Erica, 42N, exhibited by Abigail Tomlin. That is it for split number 2. Split number 3 should be in the marshalling area. Jonesy should have you lined up. If you're not there, I'd hustle because he'll be waving his hands here shortly looking for you. Split 4, start making your way up also. Split 4, start making your way up. We got shade up here, so don't worry about getting hot. Thanks to DLMS. Keegan, they're here today. This is being broadcast for anybody, the grandparents or any friends that are at home can log into DLMS and watch the whole show. So thanks for them coming out. They do an amazing job covering all shows, all sales, all throughout the year. We can't really do without them anymore. It's quite a service that we all need as selling bulls and females. So thanks to DLMS for coming and broadcasting the Prairie Thunder 2026 third annual. If MNP is anywhere handy, can you go to the lunch counter and talk to Renee? MNP. Caitlin Blair, you're wanted at the lunch counter. Caitlin Blair. We want to thank the local volleyball club out of Watrous. The U13 volleyball girls out of Watrous are doing the lunch counter today. They're serving taco in a bag, burgers, a ton of baking. There's some refreshments in there. So please go support them. They're in the building right behind me in the cantina. It's nice and cool in there. If you need a little bit, get out of the sun, go in there and have a burger or a taco in the bag and a refreshment. Thanks to them girls for coming and working and putting this on, and please go patronize them today. Here's Chad with his comments on split number 2 that tested him a little bit.
Yeah, I think we got a really good class here, and there's some variation in it. I think we got a top pair of heifers that goes to well very nicely, and this is close for me. The heifer that wins the class, I think she's probably just a tick longer bodied. I really like how that neck comes out of that shoulder. She lays in really nice through that front end. Heifer that's got enough rib, enough capacity to her. I'd like to just set that tailhead in just a bit on her if I'm going to get nitpicky on her. But I think a really nice heifer, and a heifer that certainly has a bunch of quality to her. Second place heifer, I mean, this heifer's just really well balanced, and I think with time, this heifer's gonna, I think her days ahead, her most promising days are ahead of her. This heifer's just really well balanced. Love the rib in her. She just looks like she's a female that's got a lot of future to her. Gonna go on and be a really nice cow, I think. Third place heifer, really a high, powerful, long-bodied heifer. Really like the extension she's got. You get behind her, she's really wide. Just like to tone her down a bit in that tailhead. But a heifer that you do got to admire the length and the performance that she's got. Next heifer in class, this is a very complete heifer. Really like her from the profile. She gives you really nice looks. I think she's got enough substance to her. She's really nice through that front 1/3. I'd just like to widen her up a little bit to get her any higher today, but I think a heifer that's certainly one that balances out quite nicely. Heifer that rounds out the class, probably the highest performing heifer. Lots of length of body. Just like to freshen her up a bit. Like to change her at the ground to get her any higher today.
Thanks, Chad. And advancing out of split number 2, entry number 146, Third Degree Erica, 42N, exhibited by Abigail Tomlin. Second in split number 2 and also advancing is entry number 144, Mainstream Southern Belle, 11N, exhibited by Rebecca Porter. Third in class, entry number 143, Blair's Emblinette, 527N, exhibited by Calder Jones. Fourth in class, entry 142, Fryburn Blackbird, 103N, exhibited by Joran Fry. And rounding out the class, entry number 145, Blue Hills Beauty, 52N, exhibited by Katie Kolonowski. Advancing out of split number 2 is 146 and 144. Moving in to split number 3 of our Angus heifers. First in, entry number 147, Eastondale Forever Lady, 32-25, exhibited by Casey Wilson, born February 6th. Next in is entry number 148, Conley DT Georgina, 5405, exhibited by Austin Krieger, born January 27th. Next up is entry number 149, Coleman Chloe, 52-28, exhibited by Abigail Tomlin. Following her is entry number 150, Greenwood Miss Essence, 52N, exhibited by Chloe Dare. And rounding out the class is entry number 151, East Mount Cindy, 1N, exhibited by Autumn Wilkie, born January 11th. That is our final in split number 3. Give a quick bio on our judge for today. I guess I do have one. Chad Wilson owns and operates Haraldson Polled Herefords, where they breed 200 head annually and host 2 sales a year. The Wilson Lees Bull Sale in the start of April, and the Blair Athol Haraldson and Friends Sale is the 3rd Sunday in October. They utilize a lot of AI and embryo production in their operation. Haraldson Polled Herefords have exhibited cattle across North America. Chad attended school in Dodge City, which is questionable, Kansas, where he was part of the judging team. Chad has judged at several of the major shows across Canada, including the Toronto Royal Agriculture Winter Fair and Canadian Western Agribition. We are honored to have Chad join us and sort through an impressive division. Also, Chad, I don't think you put in here, didn't you judge the junior in Denver, the Herefords? No? Thought you did. Oh, sorry. Well, it's still an accomplishment. One of the first Canadians that was supposed to do the junior Herefords in the National Western Stock Show in Denver, but it got canceled because of COVID. So I'm sure he's still on the list. He'll be doing them here right shortly. But that's a big accomplishment right there. Pretty fortunate to have the Kevin and Noreen Blair come join us at ringside here. Pretty fortunate to have a royalty like the pair of them, along with Brian and Tracy Wilms as they're picking each other's noses here. I'm not sure what this was all about. Oh boy, are you sure? I thought she was going to throw them at you. Again, thanks to our ring help, Tracy and Owen Wilms that are doing the heifer show. Thank you guys for coming and helping out at the junior show. Thank you. Again, a big thanks to all our major sponsors that are listed around the ring. We've got Claus, Brandt, Mainline Chrysler, King of Trucks out of Watrous, Ryan Campbell, Mazer Group, and T-Bar C. Ryan's got a couple trucks here, a beautiful dually and a 3/4 ton. Have a good look at them. I'm sure he'll be here at some point today, and don't be afraid. I'm sure he's got a price in his mind that he'll be glad to give you on that truck or either one of them. I know there's been some fan favorites on that red one, so. Hey, don't forget when you're dealing with them truck dealers, the sticker on the window is just a suggestion. They got lots of room to move. And here's our comments on split number 3 of our Angus heifers.
Another nice class here, and I think this top pair of heifers we got out here, they're just two to me that seem to me they got a lot of future to them. They're going to make nice cows down the road. The heifer that we used to win the class probably just outpowers the second place one a bit. Probably just a little softer made, little more capacity through that center portion of her body. This second place heifer really like the teat setup and the other setup she's got coming on her, like the length of body in her. She gives you a nice look, just like to soften her up a little bit to get her any higher. Third place heifer, really a deep-bodied heifer that's got a lot of substance to her. Just like to freshen her up a bit to get her any higher today. Just give her a little more look through that front 1/3. But I think one that's going to go on and be a easy doing, productive kind of cow down the line. Heifer next in class, one of the fresher heifers in the class. Just like to change her on her hind too, just a little bit. Just how she's built from her hooks or bins to the ground, I just alter a bit. But I think one that's got a lot of presence, a lot of luck to her, and I think there's a lot of future in this heifer. Heifer that rounds out the class, just like to freshen her up. Certainly a long-bodied, high-volume kind of female. Just like to tone her back a little bit in her condition to get her any higher today.
Thanks, Chad. Advancing out of split number 3 is entry number 147, Eastondale Forever Lady, 3225, exhibited by Casey Wilson. In second place and coming back for our champion drive is entry number 149, Coleman Chloe, 5228, exhibited by Abigail Tomlin. Third in class, entry number 150, Greenwood Miss Essence, 52N, exhibited by Chloe Dare. Fourth in class, entry number 148, Conley DT Georgina, 5405, exhibited by Austin Krieger. And rounding out the class, entry number 151, East Mount Cindy, 1N, exhibited by Autumn Wilkie. Again, our champion heifer banner is donated by Gradco, Angus Ranch, Kenton Marine Schmidt, and Hollinger Land and Cattle, Chad and Brianna Hollinger. Our reserve banners are sponsored by Graco Angus Ranch and Dusty Rose Cattle Company, Randy and Lori James. This is our final split of Angus heifers, split number 4. First in is entry number 152, Third Degree Chloe, 9N, exhibited by Avery Borison, born January 9th. Following her, entry 153, Twin Creek Countess, 1N, exhibited by Kaylin Bartle, born January 7th. Next in is entry number 154, Parkwood Dale, 36N, exhibited by Grace Woitis, born January 6th. And rounding out the class is entry number 155, 4G Donna, 502N, exhibited by Tatum Harlock, born January 2nd. This is our final split of Angus heifers. Next in will be our champion, our division champion in the Angus division. If you're first or second in any of the other splits, please be in the lean-to, stand in the shade or in the sun, wherever you want to be, but please be up at the ring because we'll be rolling into our champion Angus division as soon as this is over. I'd just like to thank a few of our committee members again. Allison Porter, that does a ton of work for this. And of course, they run a fertilizer dealership, and it's obviously tough to get all this done at this time of year. So Allison Porter and Chris Schmidt, Rhett Jones, Nicole Jones, Kirsten Voice, and Miguel Blair. Looks like we're ready for comments on our final split, split number 4.
Nice top pair again in this class, and I think the heifer that wins, she's the most attractive one. She's the freshest one in the class. Really like how she's built through that front 1/3. Really a nice head and neck on her. Heifer that's really got some length of body. She's really good out her hooks to pins. Really like the teat and udder setup coming on her. The second place heifer, probably a little bigger rib, bolder sprung. Maybe just not quite as nice through this front 1/3. Maybe just tweak her udder setup a little bit to get her any higher. But I think they're two, moderate frame kind of females that got a lot of rib, a lot of substance to them, and going to go on and make nice females down the line. Third place heifer, lots of length, lots of performance, lots of rib. Just like to change her in her structure a bit, like to change her at the ground a bit to get her any higher. Heifer that rounds out the class, really a soggy made, deep bodied heifer. Just like to change her at the ground a bit too. Like to change how she moves off these hind two when you get her in motion. But I think heifer, you do got to admire the power that she's got.
Thanks, Chad. And out of split number 4, advancing to our champion Angus heifer will be entry number 152, Third Degree Chloe 9N, exhibited by Avery Borison. And joining her will be entry number 153, Twin Creek Countess 1N, exhibited by Kaylin Bartle. Third in class, entry number 154, Parkwood Dale 36N, exhibited by Grace Whitus. And rounding out the class, entry 155, 4G Donna 502N, exhibited by Tatum Harlock. Now we are moving into our division. Our division is sponsored by Graco Angus Ranch, Kent Marine Schmidt, and Hollinger Land and Cattle, Chad and Brianne Hollinger, for our champion banner. Our reserve banner is also sponsored by Graco Angus Ranch, Kent Marine Schmidt, and Dusty Rose Cattle, Randy and Lori James. Thank you folks so much for sponsoring our Angus Division and Reserve Division banners. Coming in. Oh, they're just lining up. In our division, first in, out of split number 1, is entry number 137, Grills Rosebud 2539N, exhibited by Tessa Zorb. And second in split number 1 is entry number 138, Grills Empress 2538N, exhibited by Tatum Harlock. Out of split number 2, entry number 146, Third Degree Erica 42N, exhibited by Abigail Tomlin. And second in split number 2 is entry number 144, Mainstream Southern Belle 11N, exhibited by Rebecca Porter. Split number 3. First was entry number 147, Eastondale Forever Lady 3225, exhibited by Casey Wilson. Next, in second in split number 3 is entry number 148, Coleman Chloe 5228, exhibited by Abigail Tomlin. And rounding out of split number 4, first in split 4 was entry number 152, Third Degree Chloe 9N, exhibited by Avery Borison. And second in split 4 is entry number 153, Twin Creek Countess 1N, exhibited by Kaylin Bartle. This is our Grand Champion Angus Division. I'm going to do some reverse draws here again. You do not want to hear your name. So remember this all day. So when it comes down to the end, if your name has not been called, at the end of the day, you will have to come to the ring. Heidi Zorb, you're out. Lexi Martins. Heidi Zorb, you're out with your steer. Lexi Martins, you're out with your steer also. Jacob McLean with Laney, you are out. Cheyenne Holberg with Phillip, you are out. Oh, sorry, Calder. You are out of here. With Blair's Emblenet, you are out. Okay, That's it for now. For anybody that hasn't joined the show before, we are doing showmanship. Our showmanship judge is sitting around the ring, and he's watching every one of you all day and picking out who is going to advance to our showmanship final. Our showmanship judge is Chase Bruno. Chase is probably one of the best showmen that's ever come through any junior shows. He won more than he lost especially in senior showmanship. He was absolutely phenomenal. A very, very good showman. And hey, some of you young kids, when it's over, if you want some pointers, go grab him. He'll be glad to give you points on how to become a better showman. But Chase Bruno's our showmanship judge, and he's selecting all day. And at the end, we'll announce if you advance to our showmanship final. Here's Chad with comments on our Angus division.
Well, nice division here. Let's go ahead and give these juniors a round of applause. I think we got some really high quality heifers out here, and I think at this stage we got to start nitpicking a bit on them to, get the one that suits you the best, I guess. And for me, I think there's one out here that kind of gravitates to the top easy enough now that we get them back out. And so I'll go show you which one I like, and then I'll have another look here for reserve.
Our champion Angus heifer, donated by Greco Angus Ranch and Hollinger Land and Cattle. And it's out of split number 2. Entry number 146. Third degree Erica 42N, exhibited by Abigail Tomlin, is our champion Angus heifer. Second out of that class is moving up, and we will find a reserve. And, out of the same split, entry number 144, Mainstream Southern Belle 11N, exhibited by Rebecca Porter, is our reserve champion female, sponsored by Greco Angus Ranch and Dusty Rose Cattle Company. Thank you to our sponsors. Congratulations, girls. The Little General has had a good run here at the Nokomis Prairie Thunder Show with his Mainstream genetics. Now we are into our Charlet class, and our class is also our division. So our champion Charlet heifer sponsor is W2 Farms, the Williams family out of Leroy, and Flat Top Cattle Company, Tyler and Suzanne Smythe and family out of Swift Current. And our reserve champion Charlet heifer sponsor is Sarianko Cattle, Dennis and Lisa Sarianko out of Maymont, and Kay's Cattle, Lane and Justin Kay out of Canistano. If we can have any of our sponsors that are here, I heard Katie was here, so hopefully she can go do the reserve banner, and W2 and Flat Top if we can do the champion banner. We only got one class of Charlet heifers. We had a bunch of late scratches. So first in is entry number 156, SVY Elsa 550N, exhibited by Katie Kolonowski, born March 3rd. Entry 157 is a scratch. Also 158 is a scratch. And entry number 159, Longview Versace 8N, exhibited by Grace Woitus, born January 14th. So this will be our Grand and Reserve Charlet heifers. Sponsored by W2 Farms, Flat Top Cattle Company, and our reserve is sponsored by Sarianko Cattle and Kay's Cattle. Here's our comments and our Charlet division.
Only two here in this division, but I think really a nice pair of heifers. They both got a lot of good qualities to them. And this heifer that wins the class, really just like the rib, the capacity she's got. She's nice enough through that front end, through that neck, through that head. Get at the ground, she's really good there. Really like the bone work in her for the power she's got. She's nice through them joints. I think just a good functional kind of female. Second place heifer, like the freshness of this heifer, like the length of body. She's a heifer that's got enough look. Definitely a good functional kind of a female, and a female that's got a lot of future to her. Gives up a bit of the capacity of the heifer that wins the class, but I think, you know, a pair of heifers that actually complement each other quite well.
First in our Charlet division is entry number 156, SVY Elsa 550N, exhibited by Katie Colonoscopy. And our reserve division is entry number 159, Longview Versace 8N, exhibited by Grace Woitus. Again, sponsor is W2 Farms, the Williams family, and Flat Top Cattle Company, Tyler and Suzanne Smythe and family. And our reserve is sponsored by Sarianko Cattle, Dennis and Lisa Sarianko and family, and Kay's Cattle, Lane and Justin Kay. Thank you very much for them sponsors. Moving in to our Red Angus division. Class number 4, first in, entry number 161, Red Moose Creek Lana 185N, exhibited by Grady Grenham, born March 5th. Entry 162 is a scratch. Next in is entry number 163, Red Steen ELF 2246 Alley 57N, exhibited by Lane Steen, born January 27th. Following her, entry number 164, Red Twin Creek Me Baby 4N, exhibited by Mesa Bartle. Mesa. Next in is entry number 165, Red Pyro Brandina 517N, exhibited by Calder Jones, born January 14th. Our champion Red Angus division banner, this is a division also. Our champion banner is sponsored by Wilbar Cattle Company, Brian, Tracy, Owen, and Kylie Wilms, and Double B Angus, Baxter Blair. Our reserve banner, sponsored by Blair's.ag Cattle Company, Kevin and Noreen Blair, and Darren and Deb Blair, and Castle Rock Marketing, Shane Castle. I know we have representatives from just about all of these here. If we can get them to sneak over to hand out their banner, that would be great. Preferably not Brian on the Wilbar side, but we have a ton of extra prizes here for today, and it's called Unlock Your Potential. So that's what we're doing the reverse draw for right now. And our sponsors on the Unlock Your Potential is In Memory of Roy Jones. It is sponsored by Rhett Jones, who is out here doing our marshalling and a committee member, and his brother Vaughn, who owns Integra Tire in Watrous. Blair's Westland and Cattle, the Blair family. There's a whole bunch of them here, and Mac is on the committee. Wheatland Cattle Company, LaFrance family is a sponsor of this also. Brett Young, Al Crozen, MNP, Caitlin Blair, Dawson Kurtz, Kirsten Sparrow. And I know there's two of them here for sure. And they're sponsors of Unlock Your Potential. And rounding out the potential is Saskatoon Co-op. Chris Schmidt, the manager of the Watrous location. Is that not correct? Are you just the janitor there? Sorry. Allison's the manager, Chris is the janitor. Looks like we're ready for our comments on class number 4, which is a division, our Red Angus division.
Yeah, definitely a nice pair of heifers on the top of this Red Angus division. The heifer that wins the division, she just got a little more power to her, like the substance and the rib capacity she's got. She's got enough pin width to her. You get behind her, you like how pulled apart she is. I would like to tweak this heifer just down low at the ground, but you know, a heifer I think just has a lot of good to her. She's really nice through that front end. She's really good out that hip. Just a well-balanced kind of female. Really like this heifer in second. She's moderate framed, but she's made really nice. I think there's a lot of future in this heifer. She's a female that's got enough look to her. Certainly a nice balanced heifer. Heifer that's just really complete in the way she's made. Just like to power her up a little bit to hunt with this heifer at the start, but I think really two heifers that fit very well together. Heifer next in class, just probably the greenest heifer in the class. Maybe doesn't have the substance, quite the shape from behind. Change her a little bit in her structure, get her any higher. And the heifer that rounds out the class, just like to change her and how she's built from her hooks to pins. Like to see her get out and move just a little freer than what she does. But nice class Red Angus females.
Thanks, Chad. And winning our champion Red Angus banner, sponsored by Wilbar Cattle Company and Double B Angus, is entry number 165, Red Pyro Brandina 517N, exhibited by Calder Jones. Second in class and receiving the reserve champion banner, sponsored by Blair's.ag Cattle Company, Kevin and Noreen Blair and Darren and Deb Blair, and Castle Rock Marketing, Shane Castle, is entry number 163, Red Steen ELF 2246 Alley 57N, exhibited by Lane Steen. Third in class, entry number 164, Red Twin Creek Me Baby 4N, exhibited by Mesa Bartle. And fourth in class is entry number 161, Red Moose Creek Lana 185N, exhibited by Grady Granum. Moving in to our Simmental division, split number 1. Entry number 166 is a scratch. Entry number 167, Copper Kettle Molly 254N, exhibited by Claire Bergman, born February 2nd. Next in is entry number 168, RHS Amber's Best Bet 52N, exhibited by Jaden Luther, born January 31st. Following her is entry number 169, KBC Sally 1N, exhibited by Colton Barr, born January 20th. Next up is entry number 170, RHS Nicole 558N, exhibited by Jordan Luther, born January 16th. And rounding out split number 1 is entry number 171, Blair's WB Justin Flirton 807N, exhibited by Gibson Grenham, born January 14th. This is split number 1 of our Simmental heifers. Looks like we're ready for our comments from Judge Chad on split number 1 of our Simi heifers.
I think we got a nice baldy heifer to start off with here. She's a heifer that just balances up quite nicely. She's nice enough through that front 1/3. She's built right from her hooks to her pins. Just gives you a nice look from the side. She's just very complete in the way she's designed. Red heifer, really like the rib and the body in her. Maybe just doesn't balance up quite as well as the heifer that wins the class. Maybe just like to clean her up in her chest, refine her a little bit through her front end. But I think one you do got to admire the volume and the substance that she's got. Third place heifer, really long-sided heifer, big powerful heifer. She probably just gets a little too straight off both ends for me. But I think a heifer, you got to admire the length and the power that she's got. Same with this next place heifer. A heifer that's got some performance to her, some length to her. I just got to free her up when we ask her to go. But I think one that, you know, goes on and is going to have some pounds to provide at the end of the day. The heifer that rounds out the class, a fresh made heifer. Like to change her in her hook to pin design. She gets a little low pin. Just like to change how she travels off her rear too. But nice group of heifers.
Thanks, Chad. And advancing, so don't run away, Claire. Coming back for our champion Simmental division is entry number 167, Copper Kettle Molly, 254N, exhibited by Claire Bergerman. Also advancing is entry number in second is 168, RHS Amber's Best Bet, 52N, exhibited by Jaden Luther. Third in class is entry number 169, KBC Sally, 1N, exhibited by Colton Barr. Fourth in class is entry number 171, Blair's WB Just Flirtin', 807N, exhibited by Gibson Granum. And rounding out the class is entry number 170, RHS Nicole, 558N, exhibited by Jordan Luther. That is split number 1. Split number 2, and our final split of Simmental heifers, first in is entry number 172, BGS BAR SK Soda Pop, 33N, exhibited by Chloe Dare, born January 6th. Next in is entry number 173, Arch Party Time, 613N, exhibited by Jack Archdeacon, born January 5th. Following him is entry number 174, MJP Miss Caliber ET1N, exhibited by Rebecca Porter, born January 3rd. Following her is entry number 175, Black River Emmy 1N, exhibited by Taylor Mackey, born January 3rd. And rounding out the Simmental class, split number 2 is entry number 176, Keystone Champagne 97N, exhibited by Avery Borison, born January 3rd. I'm going to do a handful of reverse draw names. London Matthews is out. Brady Hansen with Cash Money is out. Colton Barr with Ninja is out. Dawson McLean with George is out. Kylie Worm is out. And Roderick Whitbread with Tess is out. Couple more to come out while we're placing this class is Casey Toner with Linda is out. And the last one is Hayes Redicop with Princess is out. Now, Allison says that we have a really good random draw, and I'm going to do that right now. It's going to be a straight up bar. If I call your name, you come up here and you will get a straight up bar, but you have to get a picture with it. Right? Okay. Here we go. And it is Callie Buckler. Callie Buckler, you have won a straight up bar. So if you hear that, come on over here to the backdrop and we will get your straight up bar, but we have to get a picture with it. Callie Buckler. MNP, can you come up also? Couple more reverse draws while we're doing this class because we have a lot of names to go through here. So Trey Styles, you're out with Pepper. Curtis Hewitt with Doc, you're out. Madison Birkin with Taylor, you're out. Okay. Kelly Buckler, if you can hear us, if you got a minute, would you sneak up and come get the straight up bar and we'll get a picture taken with you and MNP? This is our final split of Simmental heifers. We'll be moving into our division. And our division is sponsored by W2 Farms, the Williams family, and Copper Kettle Cattle Company. Allison Porter, our number one committee member that put on this show. Reserve champion Simmental heifer is Millington Ranch, Dean and Gina Sentis and family at Duval, and Porter Simmentals, Gerald and Barb Porter, and Mike and Carrie Porter. Again, thanks to all them. Here's Judge Chad Wilson with our comments on our final split of Simmental heifers.
Well, nice class here, and I think there's some variation out here, but I think in terms of quality, it's pretty solid from end to end. The heifer that starts the class, just a really high quality female. Really like the presence she's got. She's really high tying out that front end. She's really lays in nice at that shoulder. She's strong down her top. Really like the freshness of this heifer. Really like the hind leg in her. Just one that's balances up nice and certainly one that has a nice look about her. Heifer in second follows probably the most in type and kind. Really like the length of body. I like how this heifer's built from her hooks to pins. She's probably a little bigger topped and wider when you get behind her. Just maybe doesn't lay in quite as nice at the top part of her shoulders, the heifer that wins the class. But I think, a heifer that's got a lot of quality and a lot of good things about her. Third place heifer, really like this heifer at the ground. She's got a nice foot on her, one that looks like she's going to make a really nice cow. Maybe just doesn't get out and move quite as nice as the heifers above her, but I think one that's going to go on and be a nice, productive young female for this young man. Next heifer in line, really a big bodied, high performing heifer. Gotta like the power she's got. Just like to freshen her up, clean her up a bit. Really like the teat and udder setup coming on this female, but just like to tone her down a bit to get her higher today. And the heifer that rounds out the class, really a long-sided heifer that's got enough look to her. Just like to tweak her a bit, her structure, like to change her a bit down at the ground to get her any higher today. But all in all, a really solid set of females from top to bottom.
Thanks, Chad. Advancing to our division champion is entry number 175, Black River Emmy 1N, exhibited by Taylor Mackey. Also joining her will be entry number 172, BGS BAR SK Soda Pop 33N, exhibited by Chloe Dare. Third in class is entry number 173, Arch Party Time 613N, exhibited by Jack Archdeacon. Fourth in class is entry number 174, MJP Miss Caliber ET1N, exhibited by Rebecca Porter. And rounding out the class is entry number 176, Keystone Champagne 97N, exhibited by Avery Borison. Now we're moving into division. Out of split number 1, first in is entry number 167, Copper Kettle Molly 254N, exhibited by Claire Bergerman. And joining her out of split number 1 is entry number 168, RHS Amber's Best Bet 52N, exhibited by Jaden Luther. Out of split number 2, first in class was entry number 175, Black River Emmy 1N, exhibited by Taylor Mackey. And out of split number 2 in second is entry number 172, BGS BAR SK Soda Pop 33N, exhibited by Chloe Dare. This is our champion Simmental division, sponsored by W2 Farms, the Williams family, and Copper Kettle Cattle Company, Allison Porter. Our reserve champion Simmental heifer sponsor is Millington Ranch, Dean and Gina Sentis and family, and Porter Simmentals, Gerald and Barb Porter, and Mike and Carrie Porter. Your Simmental division is complete. AOB class number 6, get your way to the marshalling area. And here is Judge Chad with our comments on our semi heifers.
I think we got 4 really nice, high quality individuals out here, so let's give this division a round of applause. I guess we just nicely touched on all these, but I think these are all good, well-balanced heifers that got a lot of future to them. It'll be the 2 out of the last class that'll be your division winners.
Thanks, Chad. And your champion Simmental heifer receiving the W2 Farms banner and the Copper Kettle banner is entry number 175, Black River Emmy 1N by Taylor Mackey. And your reserve heifer receiving the banner from Millington Ranch and Porter Simmentals out of the same division is entry number 172, BGS BAR SK Soda Pop 33N, exhibited by Chloe Dare. They will be coming back, vying for our grand and reserve female here in just a few moments. We are on to our final division of AOB heifers, class number 6. AOB sponsored by the Cliffs Farms, Curtis and Celine Reed and family from Martinsville, and Mortensen Farms Limited, Logan Mortensen out of here, right out in Nokomis. And our reserve banner is Centennial Ford out of Watrous and Danceland, Lane Manson at Manitou Beach. In our AOB, class number 6, entry number 177, it's a correction on the name, is Reeds Anara 257N, born April 3rd, 2025. Next in, exhibited by Taylor Reed. Next in is entry number 178, DAM Dots Nifty 621N, exhibited by Jaden Whitbread, born February 22nd. Following is entry number 179, CGH Nevada 118N, exhibited by Brady Hansen, born February 8th. Following her is entry number 180, Ayers Acres Halley 46N, exhibited by Chance Ayers, born January 11th. Next in is Ayers Acres Ellie 29N, entry number 181, exhibited by Ty Ayers, born January 7th. Next up is entry number 182, Ayers Acres Faith 19N, exhibited by Kenzie Ayers, born January 5th. And rounding out the class is entry number 183, Ayers Acres Stella 12N, exhibited by Abigail Ayers, born January 3rd. This is our AOB Division and Reserve Division. Again, sponsored by the Cliffs Farm, Mortensen Farms Limited, Centennial Ford, and Dance Land out of Watrous, Manitou. I'm going to pick a few more names out of the prize, or the reverse draw, that are out. Paisley Allenson with Molly is out. Carson Pochapinski is out. Radley Whitbread is out. Chloe Dare, you are out. Jaden Whitbread is out. Jessa Martins is out. Again, while we're coming to the conclusion of our heifer show, I just want to thank a few more people again. Again, our committee members, Allison Porter, Chris Schmidt, Rhett Jones, Nicole Jones, Kirsten Voice, and Miguel Blair. Our major sponsors, Claus, Brandt, Watrous, Mainline Chrysler, Mazer Group, and T-Bar C. They're our major sponsors for the day. If you see any of them, shake their hand, thank them for sponsoring the junior show. Again, thanks to our ring help, we got Tracy and Owen Wilms. They've been out here doing the heifers. You guys staying to do the steers too? Well, that was it. Why was that a quick no-no? Stacy, you sure look different today without that thing on your head that I've seen all week. This will be the AOB division also. We only have one class of AOBs, so this is the division. Again, the division champion banner sponsored by the Cliffs Farm and Mortensen Farms. And our reserve banner sponsored by Centennial Ford and Danceland. Here's our comments on our AOB class.
Really nice pair out here to decipher from. I think you could flip-flop these a bit, but for me, the heifer that wins the class, she's just the most well-balanced. She's probably got the most shape. She's got the most turn and spring to her rib. Really like the pin setting in her. She's good at the ground. She gets out and moves well. Just a heifer that really catches the R right from the start, and one that just becomes, tough to fault. The second place heifer, probably a little more performance in this heifer. Really like the udder and teat placing coming on this heifer. She maybe just doesn't have the spring rib and the shape as the heifer above her, but I think one that certainly, when you get her out here and park her by herself, she's certainly an eye-catching heifer that gets out and moves well enough. Going to be a nice young female to get into production here down the road. Third place heifer, really like the length of body of this heifer. She's really good, long outer hip, really good from her hooks to her pins. Just a good sound made kind of a female. Next heifer in line, really like the length of body. She's got a lot of rib to her. Just gets a little bolder in her shoulder in comparison to the heifer above her, but I think one that's going to go on and be a nice functional kind of a female. Next heifer in class, really like the skull and the front end on this heifer. Just like to give her a little more shape down low. Just like to change her hind leg set up a bit to get her knee higher. And the next heifer in line, really a powerful heifer. Lots of rib, lots of length, really long outer hip. Just like to freshen her up through that front 1/3. And the heifer that rounds out the class, a heifer that's coming out here pretty fresh today. Heifer that's really good and strong down her top, has some length. Just like to deepen her up, soften her up a bit to get her any higher today. But all in all, a nice class of females.
Thanks, Chad. In our AOB, and this is our champion AOB heifer, is entry number 177, Reed's Inara 257N, exhibited by Taylor Reed. And our reserve division is entry number 179, CGH Nevada 118N, exhibited by Brady Hansen. Third in class is entry number 182, Ayers Acres Faith 19N, exhibited by Kenzie Ayers. Fourth in class, entry number 180, Ayers Acres Halley 46N, exhibited by Chance Ayers. Fifth in class, entry number 183, Ayers Acres Stella 12N, exhibited by Abigail Ayers. Sixth in class, entry number 181, Ayers Acres Ellie 29N, exhibited by Ty Ayers. And rounding out the class, entry number 178, DAM Dots Nifty 621N, exhibited by Jaden Whitbread. Again, our champion sponsors and reserve were the Cliffs Farms, Mortensen Farms, Centennial Ford, and Danceland. Now, we need our grand and reserve grand coming into the ring. We are going to pick our top 5, Chad. I've been getting lots of comments on my phone here about things that I'm supposed to say about the judge, but I don't know if any of them are appropriate to be saying. So first in the ring, out of our commercial division, our grand champion heifer is entry number 127, DK Rosebud 40N, exhibited by Brenna Fornwald. Our reserve commercial division is entry number 112, Pearl, exhibited by Lexus Ziegel-Gansberger. Out of our Angus division, our champion Angus heifer is entry number 146, Third Degree Erica 42N, exhibited by Abigail Tomlin. Our reserve Angus heifer is entry number 144, Mainstream Southern Belle, exhibited by Rebecca Porter. Our Charolais division. Our champion Charolais heifer is entry number 156, SVY Elsa 550N, exhibited by Katie Kolonowski. Our reserve Charolais division champion was entry number 159, Longview Versace 8N, exhibited by Grace Woitis. Our champion Red Angus heifer, entry number 165, Red Pyro Brandina 517N, exhibited by Calder Jones. Our reserve Red Angus heifer, entry number 163, Red Steen ELF 2246 Alley 57N, exhibited by Lane Steen. Our Simmental division, our grand champion Simmental was entry number 175, Black River Emmy 1N, exhibited by Taylor Mackey. Our reserve Simmental heifer was entry number 172, BGS BARSK Soda Pop 33N, exhibited by Chloe Dare. And our last division, our AOB division, our grand champion AOB heifer is entry number 177, Reed Zanara 257N, exhibited by Taylor Reed. And our reserve AOB is entry number 179, CGH Nevada 118N, exhibited by Brady Hansen. We are going to do our top 5 overall. He will pick his grand and reserve and work our way down to 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So this is our grand champion female drive. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Vows were made to be together until they reached the other side. True love never dies.
Our grand champion heifer will receive $2,500. They will also receive a fridge from S4 Branding. Our reserve grand champion heifer will receive $1,500 and a banner. And then our 3rd, 4th, and 5th will all receive prize money and a banner. Plus, grand and reserve will get a buckle. If you haven't seen the prizes, they are back here behind the sound truck. The fridges are all wrapped on the Prairie Thunder, and they are nice. While we're doing our champion look here, a big thanks again to 7D Media. Sam Bushbeck and Mackenzie Paget are taking pictures all day, backdrop and candids. And also, Double B Media, Baxter Blair, who is doing some in-ring stuff. He'll put some collages together. You'll see him on his his Instagram and Facebook. It's really neat what he puts together. So Double B Media and 7D Media are doing all the pictures and social media stuff for the 2026 version of the Prairie Thunder Spring Classic. Again, thanks to DLMS for broadcasting this online for everybody that couldn't be here, that is logged in and watching. Thank you folks for doing that. And a big thanks to our major sponsors, Mainline Chrysler, King of Trucks at Manitou in Watrous, Mazer Group, Claus, T-Bar C, and Brandt. $2,500 going to our grand champion heifer. A beautiful Troy Fisher buckle, a banner, and a wrapped fridge from S4. Our reserve will get $1,500. A buckle, a Troy Fisher buckle, a banner. Third overall heifer gets $1,000. Fourth overall $750, and fifth overall gets $500. For a grand total, given out in cash, $6,250 to our top 5 heifers today. Wow, that's a lot of money. Thank you to the sponsors and to the committee for getting this all put together. Judge Wilson is having a good look at these exceptional females that we have in the ring. He's testing his mind here a little bit. Chad is showing some absolute great ones in his career. He has won just about every show there is to win, and he knows what a good one's supposed to look like. He knows how hard it is for you guys to get these to this point. And yeah, Chad has won everything, everywhere, and exhibited and sold very high dollar cattle, and other junior members have went on and won so many different things. So we are pretty fortunate to have Chad Wilson judge this version of our Prairie Thunder Classic. So a big round of applause for Judge Wilson. Give it just a sec on Thunderstruck, but we'll use that mic to do it. So I can talk over it as well.
Well, first off, I just want to say thank you for having me come here to evaluate this show. You know, it's been a heck of an event, and seen a lot of good cattle today. And you kids, you families, you're sure doing a heck of a job getting these things ready. These heifers look really good, and so thanks for having me. You know, we can't have these events without all these sponsors. So the sponsors, the organizers, terrific job, you guys. You put on one heck of an event here. I'd like to thank Tracy and Owen for being out here and giving me a hand today. Keep everything flowing and moving well. So thanks to Dan for all the kind words. So in regards to the cattle, I think we've got, you know, a lot of high quality elite individuals out here, and throughout the day, certainly there were some tough classes, seen a lot of heifers that, you know, certainly I admired. And I must say, you kids have done a really nice job presenting these heifers. Usually you'll run into more that probably get a little over conditioned and whatever, but today I think for the most part, a lot of these heifers are certainly fresh enough. Uh, you've got some longevity in them, so they're going to go down the road and be good, productive young females for you guys. So, kind of in general, I kind of like cattle that got some rib, got some body. They're good at the ground. They can get out and move. They got enough look. But cattle that I think when this is all done, they can go out to the pasture and, keep a healthy body score out foraging. So at the end of the day, they got to make cows for us, and that's how we make our money. So again, congratulations. I'll go out and make a couple selections, but give everybody a big round of applause here.
He is going to pick our grand champion first and then work his way down to the top 5. So our grand champion heifer will be selected first. Our grand champion heifer that is going to receive $2,500, a Troy Fisher buckle, a fridge wrapped by S4, and the banner is going to be, your Charlet champion. What a run she's been on. Entry number 156, SVY Elsa 550N, exhibited by Katie Kolonowski. And your reserve champion receiving $1,500 is out of your Simmental division. Entry number 175, Black River, Emmy 1N, exhibited by Taylor Mackey. Your third overall, receiving $1,000 out of your Angus division, is entry number 146, Third Degree Erica 42N, exhibited by Abigail Tomlin. She will receive $1,000. Moving up into her spot is the reserve Angus. He's looking for his 4th overall heifer. Going back to the Angus division. Our reserve champion Angus will be 4th overall. Entry 144, Mainstream Southern Belle, exhibited by Rebecca Porter. And rounding out our 5th overall, which will receive $500, out of your AOB, your champion, entry 177, Reed Zanara, 257N, exhibited by Taylor Reed. That will conclude our 2026 Prairie Thunder Female Show. We are taking a 30-minute break before steers. So, again, thanks, Chad Wilson, for coming and judging. Katie, congrats. That heifer has been on one heck of a run. Good job. All right, good job, all exhibitors. We'll see you back here in a few minutes for our steer show. if you weren't here before, we got to give a big happy birthday to Jamie Blacklock. It is her 29th birthday. So, Jamie, happy birthday. Come here, Colt. Let's sing it to her. Juniors, if you can hear me, the MNP tent has freezies they're giving out. MNP has freezies, so rush. Caitlin Blair is giving out freezies at the MNP booth. We're going to start the steer show right at 3 o'clock sharp, so be in the marshalling area right now because it's going to start right at 3 o'clock. So be in the marshalling area in the next 4 minutes. Class 1. Class 1. I don't have it. Yep. Class number 1. Wait from 10:12 to 12:02. Should be in the marshalling area. Class number 1, get to the marshalling area. What were you two doing back there? Class number 1, please make your way up. Don't miss your steer class. Class number 1. Looks like we got some new ring help. Do-do-do-do. The beautiful Aaron Steen. We're going to start here in 5 minutes. Our marshal is just getting a little bit of grub in his belly, and then he'll have enough energy to finish off the steers, and then we will start. So if you haven't worked your way up to the marshaling area, we're looking for 7 steers in split 1. Split 2 should be coming on up right now too. Split 2. Jonesy will not be heading to the trailers looking for you, so you guys should be able to be at the marshaling area. If you don't make your first class, your name will be out of the draw too, so it's a double whammy. So get your way to the marshaling area. We're looking for Merrick Whitbread, but I see he's over there, so good job for being early. Austin Krieger, Radley Whitbread, I see he's over there too. Zoe Lockness, Colton Barr, Briar Blanchette, and Walker Williams should all be in the marshaling area. Our judge is ready. Our ring help is ready. Our marshal is not. Do you want to just text me?
Plenty of bumps along the way. They'd be lying if they said they liked each other every day. True love never dies.
Also, juniors, you should make your way up here if you don't have a steer, because there is some random draws that I will be doing throughout the steer show. I've only drawn one. There's still 3 more other ones to give. Also, I'll be doing the reverse draw on your names.
Every night he sleeps alone. He stretches out his arms and hold her, but she ain't coming home. True love never dies. 'Cause she still wears her wedding ring. It's on a gold chain around his neck next to his heart, where she still lives.
Is Jonesy over there? I don't see him. Oh, he is. Okay. Pause that. We are going to get ready for our 3rd annual Prairie Thunder Spring Classic, our steer show. This first class, oh, hang on. Class number 1, sponsor. The top 2 will come back in no particular order. Class number 1 sponsor is Elliot McGregor from Hafford, Saskatchewan. If any of you haven't ever met Elliot, you really should. I'll give a quick bio on Elliot while they're waiting for them steers. Elliot used to come out and help Payne Livestock at all these shows. He's from Ontario, but he's probably mad at me for even saying that now because he's a Saskatchewanite now. He loved it out here so much that he said to heck with it. I'm moving out to Saskatchewan. And he sponsors lots of these little junior shows. He loves giving back. Great job, Elliot. Thank you. So Elliot is a sponsor on class number 1 on our 2 that will be coming out of that. Jonesy, if you're ready, we're ready. Class number 1, first in the ring. Our weight break is 1,012 pounds to 1,202 pounds. First in, entry number 240, Merrick Whitbread, weighing 1,012 pounds. Entry number, oh. Second in is entry number 223, Austin Krieger, with his steer weighing 1066, named Danny. Following him is entry number 241, Radley Whitbread, weighing 1076, named Storm. Next up, entry number 224, Zoe Lockness, weighing 1106, named Sir Newton. Following him is entry number 203, Colton Barr, weighing 1,142 pounds, named Ninja. Next in is entry number 208, Briar Blanchette, weighing 1,194 pounds, with a steer named Tommy. And rounding out the class is entry number 242, Walker Williams, with a steer weighing 1,202 pounds, named Shakes. This is our first split of our 2026 Spring Classic, or Prairie Thunder Spring Classic steers, weighing 1,112 pounds to 1,202 pounds. One thing we do really interesting and neat in Nokomis that I really like is we do 2 judges, have you noticed. This guy, a lot better looking than our last judge that we had here. So we do a heifer judge and then a steer judge. Our steer judge is Colt Blacklock from Dundurn, Saskatchewan. When we get into his bio, it is very impressive. Colt has done a lot of things already in his very young age. And one thing that I'm going to say about Colt, and I think we're all going to give him a round of applause, Colt just graduated from K-State last week, and he is engaged. He's getting married to Avery next June in Kansas. Let's give Colt a big round of applause. Congratulations, Colt. I think I know what he did because his dad did the same thing to his mom. He knew he better get a ring on that finger before she come around and ran away, because I know that's what Kurt did to his mother. So congratulations, Colt. While this class is going on, I'm going to draw a few more names out of the hat that will be out. First name out, Cooper Smythe. Cooper Smythe is out. Next name out, Chance Ayers. You're out. Zoe Lockness, out. Kaylin Bartle is out. Mesa Bartle is out also. I'll do a few more out of here while we're going. London Matthews with Overdrive is out. Casey Wilson. Gibson Granum. Rebecca Porter is out. Shocker. Normally she's got 5 names still in there out of 10. Okay, them names are out. How many? I'm going to do one more to make that 10. And the 10th one out of this one is Caitlin Stepp is out. Again, Class 1 sponsor is Elliot McGregor. And when Colt's done, he'll have 2 steers pulled in no particular order. They will be coming back in our champion drive in no particular order. And here's our comments from Judge Colt Blacklock. And again, there's 2 that are unplaced, so don't worry if he doesn't talk about them. But there's 2 unplaced for everybody that's just watching. You go ahead and do your thing, Colt.
Good afternoon, everyone. Certainly excited to get out here and work through all of these calves here with all the youth that are coming through the ring. I've been looking forward to this show for quite some time. Last year I got to just come watch and certainly enjoyed the experience. The committee does a fantastic job, so I'm really excited to work through the day with all these young kids here today. And I know we're still kind of early on in the year. Maybe we got different endpoints depending on where you are with your calf and your goals, but I just wanted to handle them all and kind of have an opportunity just to talk to every kid that comes through the ring today. And so that's kind of why I am just going to spend a little extra time with them, even though we kind of want to get on with our day. But I think we got 2 really high-quality individuals here that are going to go ahead and come out for our grand drive later on in the day. I'll just talk them individually, and maybe there are some differences between the 2. Red and white calf we got here, I really like just in terms of his muscle content and body shape. Get your hands on him. He's got a big back laid on him. He's big in his upper hip, and he's got plenty of turn to his stifle there. Probably where I like him better than the smoke steer behind him is up front in particular. He's higher in his neck set there, a little cleaner in his throat, and when he still has enough muscle to go along with that, I think plenty good in that regard. He's got a big foot and bone on him. Maybe like to see him just a little looser constructed out of his hind leg there. He's good in the set of it, but when he gets out and goes away from you, maybe wants to hawk in a bit and just need to loosen him up in his joint work, but a very high quality, practical, good looking kind of calf. Similar story for the smoke steer behind him. He's maybe a little soggier made, a little easier doing. He's definitely got more finish over his last rib than the red and white steer, and he's arguably bigger right behind his shoulder there and bolder in his forerib. Maybe helps because he's smoother in his shoulder, but with that, he's a little more upright there as well. If we could lay him back in his shoulder, knee, and hock and just kind of clean up his head and neck, I think he'd rival the red and white steer as well. But trade-offs between the 2, they both have their own class advantages there. Like both of them a good deal. I think it's close between 3 and 4 as well. What I landed on, I think muscle's kind of kind of a wash there between the two of them. So from the profile, I think the red steer's maybe just a little softer bodied from his heart to his flank, a little easier doing, mellow kind of handling calf, a nice practical calf for that young man there as well. Maybe directly behind, if you want to get a measuring tape out, I think the black calf's probably just a little bigger from his pin set and got a little more flair to his stifle there. For me, though, if we could soften him up in his lower body just to match the overall muscle he has up high, I think we'd have a real nice calf there as well. Still lots of time, though, to get that done. I like kind of the roan-colored calf here that comes in next just from a practicality standpoint. He's easy fleshing, soft-bodied, very mellow handling when you get your hands on him. For me, though, just need to power him up relative, especially to our 2-class winners. If we can give him a shot more power, I think he'd be a real nice calf there as well. Maybe a more powerful calf that comes in next behind him. For me, though, just like to see him a little easier in his body type and allow him to get out and go a little more comfortably. Calf that rounds out our class, certainly a big outlined, long-bodied calf that's got some performance behind him. Just needs a couple more days on feed, and you can tell that when you get your hands on him. Relative, though, to some of the other class calves up at the top of our class, just need to see them a little softer and a little more powerful. But a really fun way to get started here in our steer show. Put your hands together for all of the exhibitors who've come in so far. Looking forward to working with the rest of them throughout the day.
Thanks, Colt. And advancing in no particular order is entry number 223, Austin Krieger with Danny. And also advancing entry number 208, Briar Blanchette with Tommy. Third in class, entry number 242, Walker Williams with Shakes. Fourth, entry number 203, Colton Barr with Ninja. Fifth, entry number 240, Merrick Whitbread with Cracker Jack. Sixth, entry number 224, Zoe Lackness with Sir Newton. And rounding out the class, entry number 241, Radley Whitbread with Storm. Moving on to class number 2. Our weight break in class 2 is 1,210 pounds to 1,260, a 50-pound spread in split number 2. We got some new ring help this time. We got Bev Borison and Aaron Steen doing the steers. And first in the ring, out of the Hanley 4-H Club, entry number 219, Coulter Hauberg, with a steer weighing 1,228 pounds, named Joe Dirt. Following him is entry number 216, oh, they're reversing order now. Yep. 216 is first in the class right now, is Brady Hansen with his steer weighing 1,210 pounds, named Jamal. Second in is entry 219, Coulter Hallberg with his steer weighing 1,228 pounds, named Joe Dirt. Third in is entry number 220, Cole Hewitt with a steer weighing 1,228, named Pope. Following him is entry number 202, Addison Barnett, steer weighing 1,242 pounds, named Blackjack. Following him is entry 237, Scarlett Smythe, with her steer weighing 1,247 pounds, named FTCC Cosmos 7N. Next in, entry number 211, Tyrell Bueller, with a steer weighing 1,258 pounds, named Notorious. And rounding out the class is entry number 238, Casey Toner, with her steer weighing 1,260 pounds, named Mookie. This is our split number 2, with a weight break from 1,210 to 1,260 pounds. While we have a bit of a break here, we're going to do another random draw. We're going to draw for the fitting mat. If I pull your name, you win the fitting mat. And the winner of the fitting mat is Avery Borison with Third Degree Chloe. She wins a fitting mat. Avery Borison. When you get a chance, Avery, can you come up and get a picture? Blair's West or MNP in that picture. Now, I'm going to draw a few names out of the draw basket. Cannon Kiner is out. Jessa Martins with Shady is out. Brooke Birkin with Ribeye is out. Calder Jones is out. Casey Toner with Mookie is out. Brady Hansen with Crush It is out. Kesslin Kiner is out. Taylor Mackey is out. All right, another one. Brady Hansen with Nevada is out. Colt Redicott with Black Betty is out. Katie Colonoscopy is out with Elsa. Oh, Jack Archdeacon with Dennis is out. Okay, that's it for now. Enough heckling from over on the other side. Again, split number 2 sponsor is Integra Tire. Vaughn and Darlana Jones are sponsoring the 2 steers that are advancing. A great tire shop in Watrous. They do a phenomenal job. They really cater to making sure everybody's happy and up back on the road. So thank you to Integra Tire, Vaughn and Darlana Jones. I think Darlana's over in the food booth, or she was, helping cook, or one of her kids is on the U13 volleyball team. So, again, thank you. It is hard to believe that Vaughn and Rhett are full brothers, but it is true. I'm told it's 100% true anyway. Again, if you just joined, this class has a 50-pound weight spread from 1,210 to 1,260 pounds. Going to pull a handful of more names out. We'll get that right. Caitlin Stepp is out. Hayden Wigowitz is out. We got lots. Jaden Luther is out. And Grayson Stadnick is out. Our major sponsors on the day, their banners are on ringside. It's Claus, Brandt, Manitou Mainline Chrysler, King of Trucks, Watrous, Mazer Group, T-Bar C. If you see any of them, thank them for being major sponsors today. And this class sponsor is Integra Tire on class number 2. Integra Tire, Vaughn and Darlana Jones. While our judge is picking his, or placing his class, I'll read Colt's bio here real quick. Colt Blacklock is from Dundurn, Saskatchewan. He was a member of the livestock judging team at Hutchinson Community College and Kansas State University, where he graduated with a degree in animal science. While judging, he was a member of both the 2025 Reserve National Champion Livestock Judging and Meat Animal Evaluation teams. Colt now works with his family at home on their cow-calf to finish and custom feeding operation. We are excited to have Colt sort through competitive the steer division. Again, thanks Colt for coming over and evaluating our steers today. And here's our comments on split number 2.
Really good class. I think we upped the ante just a little bit in terms of quality and depth throughout the class. Pretty handily, though, find both of these 2 steers up top here to come back later on in the day. And there are still some differences between the 2. Up front, if you get a front 3/4, I like this young man's calf a little bit better just in terms of genuine base width at the surface. And I think he feeds out of the back of his shoulder a little bolder there in his forerib and a little softer there. I would like to change him just in the shape of his skull a little bit, but I really like the set of this guy's hip and hind leg. I think that's where he's better than the calf behind him. Just got a little more set and flex there to his hock and pastern. Up front on the calf right behind him, maybe he wants to get in a little bit at his knee and a little wonky in the shape of his shoulder, but from behind I like that calf better. He's truly bigger at the top of his hip and got more turn to his stifle, and he handles really good as well. He's got a big back in him, and I like just the turn to his body shape and well. Maybe like to change just the shape of his feet that allow him to get out and go a little better. Wants to knuckle up on his pastern every so often there. But just in terms of genuine body shape and muscle, that calf's got a bright future ahead of him. Certainly a nice calf as well. I think it's close between 3 and 4 as well because they're polar opposite. I land on this black calf here in 3rd solely off of build. I think muscle, I call him ample there. Maybe not ideal, but he's probably my favorite built calf in class. He's the loosest and most comfortable. He gets out, fills his track. He handles good up high. He just needs more punch from behind. If we could just pull him apart from the base of his chest back to his twist and allow him to have more genuine base width, I think that'd be a real nice calf. He's got a bright future. I think his build will hold up long term. That's a cool calf. Opposite story for the smoke calf that comes in next because that's a meat wagon of a calf. He's bold-bodied, really stout. When you get in behind him, I wish we could just blend all those pieces together a little smoother because he's a little bigger in his shoulder and tailhead. I just like him to get out and go a little looser and more comfortable there off both ends of his skeleton. But real-world practicality, I really like the body shape and muscle in that calf. I just wish we could blend some of his pieces a little smoother there. A big outlined, high-performing white calf that comes in next, who's got plenty of muscle and body shape. Just some aesthetic pieces in terms of his head and neck, and I need to allow him to get out and go a little more comfortably relative to some of the calves ahead of him, but certainly a nice calf in his own right. Next, we got this white-colored calf as well, really practical in his body type. He's smooth, easy finished, and easy feeding kind of calf who's soft-bodied. Just need to power him up, especially from this view from behind. if we could stouten him up in his pin set and just give him more muscle from behind, I think he'd be really competitive. Similar story for the black calf that rounds out. He's got some cool pieces. He's got a big foot and bone underneath of him. I like just his look from the profile. I just need to see him with a shot more muscle and allow him to move a little more looser and more comfortable, but a nice way to round out the class. Two really intriguing individuals up top that I'm excited to see come back here later today. So please put your hands together for all these young kids.
Thanks, Colt. Advancing out of split number 2 is entry number 216, Brady Hansen with Jamal. Also advancing is entry number 202, Addison Barnett with Blackjack. Third overall, entry number 220, Cole Hewitt with Pope. Fourth, entry number 237, Scarlett Smythe with FTCC Cosmo 7N. Fifth, entry number 238, Casey Toner with Mookie. And rounding out the class, entry number 211, Tyrell Bueller with Notorious. That was split number 2. Advancing was 216 and 202. Moving in to class number 3. Class number 3 weight break is from 1264 to 1318. First in, entry number 210, Callie Buckler with her steer weighing 1,264 pounds, named Nitro. Following him, entry number 243, Kylie Worm with her steer weighing 1,270 pounds, named Biscuits. Next in, entry number 235, Kirk Rutten, weighing 1,286 pounds, named Sammy. Following him is entry number 236, Cooper Smythe, with FTCC Starload 6N, weighing 1,296 pounds. Following him, entry number 244, Heidi Zorb, weighing 1,304, named Nashville Star. Next up is entry number 209, Briggs Blanchette, with his steer weighing 1,310 pounds, named Diesel. And rounding out the class, entry number 230, London Matthews, weighing 1,318 pounds, named Keeping Score. This is our class number 3, sponsored by Eldom Cattle Investments, Barrett and Shelby Elliott out of St. Bruce, Saskatchewan, sponsoring class number 3. Again, our weight break is from 1,264 pounds to 1,318 pounds.
something sweet. Sip you slow, then repeat. You're the habit I thought I could be, but old-fashioned love's got a hold on me. Baby, I don't care, I don't think I'd even mind. Between holding your hand, what I'm feeling, and the bottles of wine. 'Cause you just might be something that could stick. Well, at least I put my money down on it. 'Cause to me, our love is like an old-fashioned finest whiskey poured out in our glasses. You are something sweet. Sip you slow, then repeat. You're the habit I thought I could be. The old-fashioned love's got a hold on me. Old-fashioned love's got a hold on me. Yeah, old-fashioned love. We've had pain and lovers go.
And here's our comments on split number 3.
Sorry for a little bit of a delay here. Maybe just some different shapes and sizes throughout the class. A little tougher to piece them all together just to kind of match up to what I'm looking for here today. Maybe that's because not a one of them's perfect, but they all have some really cool pieces to build off of as well. So a young lady's cap here that's just going to be up at the front. That's just a real practical, good balance kind of calf here from the side. He's got enough muscle and he's good in his body type. I just like his overall balance, and the angles of his skeleton read good as well. I got 2 nitpicks on him. If I could push his chest up in him and give him a new set of sneakers at the ground, shorten his toes up a little bit, I think we'd have a really complete kind of no-brainer package there. I just got 2 major things there that I need to tweak on him. Other than that, though, I think it's a real practical, good balance kind of calf. So I don't want to get too nitpicky on him as well. Kind of a different story for the calf behind him. That's maybe a calf that's a little neater looking ahead of his shoulder, good in his angles as well. Up high, I like the spread he's got. He's big in his upper hip and in his top. I got 2 complaints on him as well. I wish he'd just handle maybe a little more genuine over his last 2 ribs there, and if we could just give him a shot more base with at the ground, especially going away from you, but still practical, good-looking kind of calf that's got some cool pieces to build off of as well. Still very close decisions here as we work further down the line, because arguably the biggest topped and biggest hipped calf is here in third in this brockle colored calf. He's super stout, and when you get your hands on him, he's really big up high, just like the power and bone in that calf. My issue, though, is on the go. You got to make a call. Does he get out and go good enough for you? Because as much as I want to stay true to muscle throughout the day, I'm just not so sure he reaches and uses his skeleton as flexible and as good as I'd like him to here today. Complete opposite story for the black calf that comes in next, because he's arguably one of the best built calves in the class as well. And I want to kind of stay true to the same thing all day. I think this is kind of how we shaped up in the last class as well. He's maybe got my favorite build in the class. He's good in his shoulder. He uses his hip and hind leg really good, and he's tall at the front of his shoulder. We just need to power him up as well and give him a shot more muscle to be any higher in the class. Kind of similar story to the smoke calf we had in the last class. Really powerful, bold-bodied, practical kind of calf. Just need to blend some things together as well. Change him in the shape of his head there, smoothen his shoulder and his tail head, and just allow him to get out and go out of his hip and hind leg a little better. But certainly a powerful, bold-bodied and muscular kind of calf as well. Similar story for the 2 gold calves that round out. Both are really shapely, got tons of muscle in them, but kind of have similar issues as well. If we could just soften them in their body type and allow them to get out and go a little more comfortably, we could certainly work them higher up into the class. Just need a little more time on feed with them as well. But a great class, a little bit more of a challenging class, but please put your hands together for all of these kids as well.
Thanks, Colt. And advancing out of split number 3 is entry number 244, Heidi Zorb, with Nashville Star. Also advancing to our champion drive is entry number 230, London Matthews, with Keeping Score. Third was entry number 209, Briggs Blanchette, with Diesel. Fourth, entry number 235, Kirk Rutten, with Sammy. Fifth, entry number 236, Cooper Smythe, with FTCC, Starlord 6N. Sixth, entry number 210, Callie Buckler, with Nitro. And rounding out the class, entry number 243, Kylie Worm, with Biscuits. Moving in to split number 4. Split number 4, we have a weight spread from 1320 to 1364. First in is entry number 217, Brady Hansen, with Cash Money, weighing 1,320 pounds. Next in is entry number 231, London Matthews, with Pentagon's Overdrive, weighing 1,334 pounds. Following him is entry number 201, Jack Archdeacon, with Dennis, weighing 1,340 pounds. Following him is entry number 214, Grady Grenham, with Joe, weighing 1,352. Following that is entry number 212, Chaz Demansky, with Billy, weighing 1,556. Next in is entry number 232, Carson Pochapinski, with Magic Man, weighing 1,356. And rounding out the class is entry number 218, Cheyenne Hallberg, with Phillip, weighing 1,364. Class number 4 sponsor is Miller Livestock out of Grandora. Miller Livestock sponsors the top 2 steers coming out of class number 4. With that, I'm going to draw a few more names out of the bucket. And here we go. You don't want to hear your name. Kendra Ewan with Theodore is out. Tatum Harluck with Empress is out. Briar Blanchette is out. Walker Williams is out. Jackson Martins is out. Lexus Ziegel-Gansberger is out. And Rebecca Porter is out. I'm going to do another draw. The Unlock Your Potential is sponsored by Saskatoon Co-op, MNP, Brett Young, Wheatland Cattle, the LaFrance family, Blair's West Land and Cattle, and in memory of Roy Jones, donated by Rhett and Vaughn Jones. So, we're going to do another straight up bar. The last straight up bar name out of the hat is Kaylin Bardall. Wins a straight up bar. Kaylin, if you can sneak up here and get a picture with Blair's West or MNP, that would be fantastic. Whenever you get a chance, I guess. Okay. Still got quite a few names here. Would you like some more pulled? All right, we'll take a break on them. Again, class number 4, sponsor is Miller Livestock. We're pretty lucky to have a great young up-and-coming judge like Colt Blacklock be here to evaluate these steers. We're going to see him judge a lot of shows in his future, and that's really great to see that the committee here is giving a young guy a chance like that. So we're really glad the committee has chose Colt to judge the steers, and so far I think he's doing a fantastic job. So thanks for agreeing and coming, Colt. We sure appreciate it. The food booth is going to be closing here shortly. I know that a few of the members got to get to some other sporting events, so they're going to close down. So if you need something to eat before they do, please head into the food booth and grab a burger and anything else, and patronize the U13 volleyball at a Watrous.
Take me over to the north side so I can find my way. Lord knows I've walked the south streets, wasted hearts and days. So take it all, take everything from me and bring it on. Take me down to shining waters, towns of grit and pride. Let me check my own soul, I've nowhere left to hide. And take it all, take everything from me and bring it on. It's because I am just a wandering man that I need you now to take my legs, or else I'll ramble on until I wreck the song. Take it all to set me free, I beg. Take me to a hilltop castle, to a room all draped in white. Give me some familiar faces so I know I'll be alright. Then take it all, take everything from me, then bring it on. It's because I am just a wandering man that I need you now to take my legs, or else I'll ramble on until I wreck the song. Take it all to set me free, I beg.
And here's our comments on split number 4 from Judge Blacklock.
Fun class to sort through here, maybe some challenge as well, but I think we got two nice individuals here that I'm excited to see come back here later today. Young lady's calf up front, just like in terms of his body shape and mass and power, we're still a big foot and bone on him. I think he balances up quite nice from the side as well. Just a real nice, complete, good-looking kind of calf. If I could change him in the shape of his head a little bit, and he wants to come in his knee when he comes at you, and I need to clean him up there in his hock joints from behind, but from the side, that's certainly a nice-looking calf as well. Maybe some challenge here deciding between some of the other calves here later on, but I think just in terms of muscle content, that's how I land on this calf to stick back as well. I think he's big in his top and got some muscle from behind as well. My issues with him, if we could just relax him in the angles of his structure on both ends and allow him to get out and go a little better, we'd have a really nice complete package there. In terms of muscle content and just genuine body shape, I think he's plenty practical in that regard. Just need to modify him build-wise. Similar story for the calf that comes in third. Maybe a close decision between the two of them because I like just his body type and his look from a three-quarter. He's plenty soft and practical. When he gets out and goes, though, as well, need to relax him in his spine, allow him to be more mobile and reach further off both ends. I thought that the calf ahead of him had just a bit more true muscle up high. Maybe this calf here in third's a little more ready today in terms of finish and softness, but muscle content I thought favored the other calf ahead of him. Nice muscular, powerful kind of calf that comes in here next from a three-quarter. He's plenty good in that regard. Maybe the best in class just from a shape and handle standpoint up high because he's got a groove down his back and he's got lots of turn to his stifle. Need to just modify him there in the shape of his head, and he too wants to get a little more rigid there at his pastern. Need to allow him to get out and go a little better as well. A really soft, practical kind of calf that comes in next from the profile. I like him a good deal relative to some of the calves ahead of him. He's maybe softer from his heart to his flank. He's got length of spine and a little more set to his hind leg. For me, though, we just need to clean him up there in the shape of his head neck and chest there. Just clean him up there from behind and drop him in his flank. But just in terms of muscle content and body shape, really good calf there. Similar story for the calf that comes in next from behind. That's a bold-bodied, good kind of calf. Just need to make him softer down low, allow him to clean up there at the set of his hock and pastern, and allow him to move more comfortably. And then the calf that rounds out from the side, he's easily the softest and easiest fleshing calf in the class. He's the mellowest handling, and he is the heaviest in class. From behind, though, he just runs out of gas for me. Need to power him up there in his pin set and stifle, just give him a shot more muscle relative to some of the other calves in class. But a really fun class to get to sort through. Two nice calves to come back here later today. Put your hands together for them.
Thanks, Colt. Advancing in no particular order is entry number 231, London Matthews with Pentagon's Overdrive. Also advancing, entry number 212, Chaz Demansky with Billy. Third in class, entry number 217, Brady Hansen with Cash Money. Fourth in class, entry 201, Jack Archdeacon with Dennis. Fifth in class, entry number 232, Carson Pochapinski with Magic Man. Sixth in class, entry number 214, Grady Grenham with Joe. And rounding out the class, entry number 218, Cheyenne Holberg with Phillip. Again, that class was sponsored by Miller Livestock. Moving in to class number 5, sponsored by Poundmaker out of Lanigan. Class 5, weight break from 1374 to 1424. We're getting into the big boys. Entry number 234, Rebecca Porter with O. Henry, weighing 1374. Next in is entry number 228, Jessa Martins, T44, weighing 1374. Following him is entry number 229, Lexi Martins with Shadow, weighing 1374 also. I think them two have been fed together. Next in is entry number 206, Madison Birkin with T-Bone, weighing 1378. Following him is entry number 221, Curtis Hewitt with Doc, weighing 1396. Entry 204, Kaylin Bartle with Daddy's Money, weighing 1418. And rounding out the class is entry number 239, Hayden Wigowitz with Redneck, weighing 1424. Again, this class is sponsored by Poundmaker out of Lanigan. Weight break 1374 to 1424. Here's a few more names out of the hat. No go for Kenzie Ayers, Grady Grenham, Madison Birkin, Tessa Zorb, Scarlett Smythe, Abigail Tomlin, Briggs Blanchette, Tyrell Bueller, and Allie Porter are out. We'll do a handful more here. Brenna Fornwald, Jordan Luther, Grady Grenham, and Grace Wojtowicz, or Wojtis, yep. Okay, that's it for right now. So if you haven't heard your name, we're getting down to a pretty thin group in this pail. Again, this class is sponsored by Poundmaker. Our major sponsors on the day are Manitou Mainline Chrysler, the king of trucks, out of Watrous, Mazer Group, Claus, T-Bar C, and Brandt. And a few people to recognize is our committee. Allison Porter, Chris Schmidt, Rhett Jones, Nicole Jones, Kirsten Voice and Miguel Blair. Our ring help. Earlier was Tracy and Owen Wilms. Now we have Bev and Aaron, and we have Sean Bartle in the back helping Marshall and Open Gates. He's helping along with Rhett Jones. And a big thanks to Nokomis Ag Society, Sherry Peterson and Dwayne Langtang for helping get the place set up and looking as good as it is. And we appreciate being here and letting them see all the trailers and all the kids. And I think it's great for Nokomis Ag Society as much as it is for the Prairie Thunder Spring Classic.
Take me to a state of mind where kings are pouring
And here we're ready for our comments on split number 5 from Colt Blacklock.
Really nice class of heavier steers here, maybe a little more challenge just as we get higher into our weight. Maybe some of their structural differences are more exaggerated in foot shape as a whole throughout the class. But I think the two of them that I got up here amongst the top 4 that's pretty close kind of fit my style in terms of look and balance and structural quality from the side. I think muscle's a wash between all 3, all 4, sorry. They're all ample from behind and all pretty equivalent, honestly, in my opinion. So a lot of it comes down to just look and balance things from the side. This young lady's calf up here up front, I like just his look up front and the way his neck ties into his shoulder. He's level spined, good in his hip, and he's the best arguably in the build of his hind leg and shoulder. Maybe a little frailer in his foot and bone and a little thicker in his throat and chest, but still a plenty practical kind of calf who still kind of blends his angles together nice from the side. I like the young man's calf that comes in next. He's good just in terms of his body shape and balance. I really like this calf from a presentation standpoint, maybe relative to some of the other calves we've seen today, not the most relaxed in the angles of his structure, just there in his shoulder and knee, but still plenty practical and functional in that regard. I like the way that both of those two just balance up from the side. Kind of a soft, soggy, easy-looking kind of red calf that comes in next. He's the best in his softness, in my opinion. He's got big feet and a big bone underneath of him. For me, though, he just kind of wants to come in a few more pieces. If we could clean him up in his head and crest and strengthen him there behind his shoulder, I think he'd balance together and certainly compete with the two ahead of him there. Just need to blend them together a little neater to compete with those two ahead of him, but still very close between all of them. I like just the shape and muscle in the black calf that comes in next. When he comes at you, you can see the groove in his back, and he leaves you plenty big in his pin set. Build-wise, though, for me, if we could shorten his toe, I think it would allow him to relax just there at his pastern and get out and go more comfortably, and then just clean him up there up front. But still, plenty shapely, plenty muscular, practical calf as well. Two very similar steers that come in next. They're honestly more alike than they are different. My hat's off to both of you young ladies, just working together in the ring. That's certainly enjoyable to watch and get to work alongside you guys today and evaluate your livestock. So I really appreciate that as well. Both are really muscular, really powerful, and soft-bodied. Just some balance things and look things if we could change just in their look ahead of their shoulder and the build of their hip and hind leg, but still practical, good-bodied, good kind of steers. Similar for the red calf that rounds out our class, like just his softness. When you handle him, he's the most finished in the entire class, so certainly appreciate that about him. If we could power him up from behind and just tidy him up front, I think he'd be real complete as well. So very fun way to round out the class and a very competitive and fun class up top there as well. So put your hands together for all of them. That was a fun class.
Thanks, Colt. And advancing out of class number 5 is entry number 234, Rebecca Porter with O. Henry. And also advancing is entry number 221, Curtis Hewitt with Doc. Third place, entry number 239, Hayden Wegowitz with Redneck. Fourth place, entry number 204, Kaylin Bartle with Daddy's Money. Fifth, entry number 229, Lexi Martins with Shadow. Sixth, entry number 228, Jessa Martins with T44. And rounding out the class, entry 206, Madison Birkin with T-Bone. I'm just going to make a quick comment here while these ones are coming in. One of the steers that advanced in the last class, I don't know if you guys noticed, has an OH brand on his left hip. The OH is a Calgary Stampede initiative, and the OH is a ranch that has been grandfathered to the Calgary Stampede. And the CEO of the Stampede come up with this idea, and I think it's 15 steers that they pull out of their herd, and you can, 10 steers? 12. Mom's telling me 12. So you have to write an essay, you have to apply, and they go through it, and they'll select you, and then you get to go select a calf. It's kind of like a 4-H program where you have to do records, and they have meetings, and they do some get-togethers and do a lot of informational items. So that OH steer is going to be competing in Calgary in the OH division. it is really worth watching if you guys get a chance to log online and watch that program that the OH puts together, and they show against all the other OH steers for a Grand and Reserve, and it's a really neat program. So anyway, moving on to class number 6. They're big boys, 1,430 pounds to 1,644 pounds. First in was entry number 215, Brady Hansen with Crush It, weighing 1,430 pounds. Next in is entry number 233, Rebecca Porter with Lil Smoke, weighing 1,458. Following her is entry number 225, Dawson McLean with George, weighing 1,476. Next in is entry number 226, Jacob McLean with Wilson, weighing 1,482. Following him is entry number 207, Bennett Blanchette with Shotgun, weighing 1,494. 227, Jackson Martins with God's Country, weighing 1,520. Following him is entry 205, Brooke Birkin with Ribeye, weighing 1,542. And rounding out the class is entry number 213, Kendra Ewan with Theodore, our big boy, weighing 1,644. While we're doing that, I'm going to draw a few names here, because this is our last class of the day. We're going to do some more of that. Class 6 sponsor is Pillar Show Cattle. Mark Pillar from Neudorf. I seen Mark at Show Ring here a bit ago, so when these are done, if he can sneak over and get a picture, that'd be great. So our Class 6 sponsor is Pillar Show Cattle. Mark Pillar from Neudorf, Saskatchewan. Thanks, Mark, for sponsoring class number 6. If you advanced at the other 5 classes, be underneath the lean-to, because as soon as this is done, we're going to roll in. Class 6 advancers, we will not get pictures until we're done the champion drive, okay? So the Class 6, just get ready to come back in. Don't go to the backdrop, Class 6 winners. If you're wondering if you've advanced in showmanship, the board is right behind the sound truck. If your name's on that board, after the champion steer, we're going to roll into showmanship. So come have a look and see if you had advanced in showmanship. They've got all the names so far listed. Our judge has been writing them up there as soon as each class is done. So if you're wondering if you've advanced, see if your name's on the list behind the sound truck. Here's our comments on class number 6.
Fun way to round out our steer classes here. Kind of sped through it there. I think it's pretty logical pair of them up top for me. I like both of them a good deal. The black calf, especially from the side, I think he's a little smoother just in his shoulder and right behind it relative to the yellow calf there behind him. When this young boy gets him parked up and squared up and gets his head up there, I like his look a lot. He's got a big foot and bone on him and plenty of muscle. In a perfect world, we could just soften him in there from his heart to his flank and just give him a little more set to the angles of his skeleton on both sides, but still plenty good looking practical calf, logical one to find up top. My favorite view of this yellow steer is right in front of him. He's got a manly head on him. He's got genuine base width at the ground and real product in him. I like that about him. Maybe from the side we could clean him up in his crest, smooth him up in his shoulder, and that would allow his forerib to just look a little bolder. But other than that, I think that's a muscular, powerful, good-footed, big-footed kind of calf that's got a cool look about him up front especially. So two nice calves to find their way up top. A real muscle kind of oriented steer here in third, just like the product in him. And just in terms of pin width, stifle shape, and muscle from a three-quarter view is what I love about this smoke calf. But with that, need to clean him up there in his head and neck ahead of his shoulder. And he, too, just wants to get a little more rigid there off of his rear, too, when he gets out and goes. But still a product-oriented, good-looking calf to find himself there in third. Another muscular, bold-bodied red calf here that comes in next. He's tall-fronted ahead of his shoulder. Maybe like to lay him back in the angle of his shoulder and relax him at his pastern. But when you get your hands on him, he's got a big top in him, and you can see the turn and flare to his quarter and stifle muscle there. So a really powerful kind of calf. Young lady's doing a heck of a job with the yellow steer that comes in next. She's doing as good as you can do when a calf kind of acts up like that. But when she does get him parked, he's got some really cool pieces. He's soft-bodied, mellow looking. He still moves plenty good from his side. I like his structure. Very nice job with your calf there. Just need to power him up and give him a little more muscle relative to the rest of them. Young man's as calm and collected as they can come next, and that calf looks really good as well parked. He's got muscle and shape in him. I like the spring of his rib there in his center body. Need to just flatten him in his shoulder a bit and make him a little softer in his body to compete with some really good-looking calves up top, but still a practical calf. You should be very proud of him in your project there as well. Two soft, mellow kind of black steers that round out very similar kind of calves. Really good in their body type. Arguably the smoothest finished and easiest fleshing of any of them. They get out and go good. Maybe a little frailer in their bone work, a little plainer ahead of their shoulder, but still practical, soggy made, good kind of calves to round out the class. Two calves are found quite handily up top. Put your hands together for all the calves and kids that come in the ring this class.
Advancing out of split number 6, coming back for our champion drive, is entry number 215, Brady Hansen with Crush It. Also advancing is entry number 207, Bennett Blanchette with Shotgun. Third overall, entry 233, Rebecca Porter with Little Smoke. Fourth, entry 227, Jackson Martins with God's Country. Fifth, entry number 225, Dawson McLean with George. Sixth, entry number 226, Jacob McLean with Wilson. Seventh, entry number 205, Brooke Birkin with Ribeye. And rounding out the class, entry number 213, Kendra Ewan with Theodore. Again, this class was sponsored by Pillar Show Cattle, Mark Pillar from Newdorf, Saskatchewan. We are moving into our champion drive. With our grand champion steer receiving $2,500, a wrapped fridge from S4, a Troy Fisher trophy buckle, and a banner. Reserve is $1,500, receiving a banner, a Troy Fisher buckle. Third is $1,000, fourth is $750, and fifth is $500. Them are our payouts for our top 5 overall steers that our judge is going to select here in just a few moments. Here we go. We're coming in for our champion drive. Starting in class number 1, we have Blair Blanchette with entry number 208 with Tommy weighing 1194 is your first one in. Following him is entry number 223, Austin Krieger with Danny weighing 1066. Out of class number 2, we have Addison Barnett, entry number 202 with Blackjack weighing 1242. And following sorry for that, folks. We're back up and running here. Into class number 3, entry number 244, Heidi Zorb with Nashville Star weighing 1304. Also out of class 3 is entry number 230, London Matthews with Keep and Score weighing 1318. Out of class number 4, entry number 231, London Matthews with Pentagon's Overdrive weighing 1334. Also out of class 4, entry number 212, Chaz Demansky with Billy weighing 1356. Class number 5, entry number 234, Rebecca Porter with O. Henry weighing 1374, and that's her OH steer. Next up is entry number 221, Curtis Hewitt with Doc weighing 1396. Out of class number 6 in our final split is entry number 215, Brady Hansen with Crush It weighing 1430. And also in class 6 was entry number 207, Bennett Blanchette with Shotgun weighing 1494. Again, that is our champion drive in our 2026 Nokomis Prairie Thunder Spring Classic. Our major sponsors are Watrous Mainline Chrysler, King of Trucks, Mazer Group, Claus, T-Bar C, and Brandt. Following this, we will be doing our showmanship. All Pee-wees are in showmanship. All Pee-wees are in showmanship.
The story will find me and I'll turn to words how I should have fallen for a bluebird. At least you know each spring will always return. And I've learned to capture this mixture of shadows and glory, hang them up like pictures on the wall, and stay laughing through my tears after it all. And oh I'm tied to your tracks, love. I wish that I am your last love. A dream comes to me like a memory, and I rise above once again. Your tracks, love. I wish that I am your last love. The dream comes to me like a memory, and I rise above, and I rise above once again.
And here's our comments on our champion drive of steers by Colt Blacklock.
Well, I'm thoroughly impressed and just happy with how our grand drive shaped up here today. There's two groups of people, though, that are very deserving of a round of applause. The first being all the youth and exhibitors that have came through the ring. Phenomenal job and high-quality cattle. So my hat's off to you for all of your hard work and good cattle that have came through. It's been fun to work with all of you. And the second's the committee and all the ring help, the photographers and all the sponsors and everyone that it takes to put on these shows. It's been a phenomenal show. We need more shows like this in our show industry to keep young kids coming into it and showing on grass rings. It's some of my favorite memories growing up as a kid. Or shows like these. So if you all would, please put your hands together for all of those people here today. I think it's kind of funny how I ended up sorting a show right next to my dad's college roommate. It's kind of full circle, and then I also got Chase, my 4-H buddy, right next to me as well. So it's been a blast doing that. I also get to sort a show on my mom's birthday. Not so sure if she's happy about that or not, but happy birthday to her as well. And so, but again, I just want to thank the committee for this opportunity. I don't take it lightly. I love judging shows, and I hope all of you have seen, kind of followed along with me of what I've been looking for here today. There's certainly been some challenge throughout the day. There's different shapes and sizes, different endpoints, but without question, we have quality in the Grand Drive, and so I'm really happy about that as well. So again, just thanks for the opportunity. I'll go get you guys a top 5, and we'll get you on your way with showmanship. So thanks for having me.
Colt, come here before you do anything. Colt is going to pick his grand champion, reserve, third, fourth, and fifth in that order. Your grand champion that is going to receive $2,500, a Troy Fisher buckle, a fridge, is at a split number 2. Entry by Brady Hansen, named Jamal, weighing 1,210 pounds, is your grand champion steer of the Prairie Thunder Spring Classic in Nokomis. Receiving $2,500, a wrapped fridge, a Troy Fisher buckle, and a banner. And here we go for a reserve. Down to class number 4, London Matthews, with Pentagon's Overdrive, weighing 1,334, our reserve champion steer. Now we're moving on to third overall. It is going to be out of split 2, Addison Barnett, entry number 202, Blackjack, weighing 1,242 pounds, receiving a check for $1,000 and a banner. Now we're going on to our fourth overall. Fourth overall, we're receiving a check for $750 and a banner. Coming down to the big boys, class number 6, entry also by Brady Hansen, entry 215, Crush It, weighing 1,430 pounds. That's fourth overall. And now fifth overall is entry number 230, London Matthews, keeping score, weighing 1,318, receiving a check for $500 and a banner. Congratulations to all our champions. Mark Pillar, if you can take picture of your Class 6 sponsors also as soon as they come out of the ring. Class 6 winners, please go see Mark. Congratulations to all exhibitors. Thank you, Colt. Heck of a job you did. Let's give a big round of applause to Colt Blacklock for a great job sorting our steers here today. We are going to all we're going to do is take a picture break, and then we're going to move on to our Pee-wee, Junior, Intermediate, and Senior showmanship. If you are wondering if you qualified, it is right behind the sound truck, the board, to see if you qualified for showmanship. Pee-wee, everybody qualifies. All Pee-wees, make your way up to the ring. As soon as we're done pictures, we're going to roll into that with a new judge by the name of Chase Bruno. Congratulations, steer exhibitors. If there's a Daphne here that lost a sensation comb, it's up in the sound truck. I think it says Daphne on it. If you lost a sensation comb, it's up here. All right. We are going to start with our Pee-wee showmanship. We have 4 Pee-wees. And our judge for our showmanship today is Chase Bruno from Hanley, Saskatchewan. 2 of our judges were Colt and Chase, are both Hanley 4-H grads. So this is pretty neat to see them back out here judging now. So thanks to Colt, thanks to Chase. So our 4 entries in our Pee-wee showmanship. First in, Paisley Allenson, Ember Redicop, Scarlett Smythe, and Walker Williams. These are our 4 Pee-wees out here doing a great job in Pee-wee showmanship, ages 7 and 8. Our champion Pee-wee showman and reserve champion Pee-wee showman. Our champion showman is sponsored by REAC Financial Group, Bill and Trudy REAC, right here in Nokomis. Our reserve is sponsored by Young's Equipment and Watrous. We're giving out banners for champion and reserve, and all 4 Pee-wees will receive backpacks that Chris is bringing out. I know he's the same height as you guys, but he's not a Pee-wee. Juniors, if you qualified for showmanship, you should be underneath the cover or the lean-to here. All juniors that qualified for showmanship should be under the lean-to because we are going to roll into you right shortly. And I can promise if you qualified for showmanship, Jonesy will not be going to find you. Here's our comments from Chase on our Pee-wees.
Well, first of all, I'd just like to thank the Prairie Thunder Committee for asking me out here to judge today. It's quite the deal that they put together here with all the sponsors, and I've been fortunate enough to attend this show the last couple of years, and it was certainly one of my favorites to go throughout the year. And it's pretty cool to be out here today judging showmanship, something which I put a lot of passion in and had a pride in doing showmanship. So it's pretty cool to be out here and to evaluate all these young kids who are doing a great job. We get into these Pee-wee showmanship. They've all done a great job. It's pretty hard to pick a winner here. They're all confident. They're all dealing with their animals who out here in the sun and are getting a little anxious here today. But I'm really impressed with all these Pee-wees and how they've kept their calm and get these cattle presented in the way that they are. But with that, I'll go select a grand and reserve, but I think each and every one of these deserves a big round of applause.
Ember Redikoff is our champion Pee Wee showman. And our reserve Pee Wee showman is Paisley Allenson. Congratulations to all of our 4 Pee Wees. We got to go to the backdrop, girls and boys. And you'll get your backpack at the backdrop along with your banner. I thought we were doing them actually headshots in the ring. That's what we always used to do. Yep. All right. Moving on. For our juniors, coming back for a junior showmanship. Sponsored by Connexus Credit Union, Nicole Jones in Lanigan, and a reserve banner sponsored by BioLine, Jeff Bedard out of Watrous. You will receive a banner, show stick, and a show stick plate. All right, our junior showmen, they're not coming in any particular order, I don't think, so I'm just going to read off the names that all qualified for the junior showmanship. Dawson McLean, Hayes Redikoff, Brady Hansen was a 3-time qualifier, Kenzie Ayers, Briar Blanchett, Zoe Lockness, Briggs Blanchett, and Cooper Smythe. Again, Dawson McLean, Hayes Redikoff, Brady Hansen, Kenzie Ayers, Briar Blanchett, Zoe Lockness, Briggs Blanchett, Cooper Smythe. This is our junior showmanship, 1 class. Grand champion sponsored by Connexus Credit Union, Nicole Jones, and reserve champion junior showman sponsored by BioLine, Jeff Bedard. They will receive a banner, a show stick, and a show stick plate. Our judge for showmanship is Chase Bruno. Chase owns and operates Wingalow Cattle Company, a purebred Red Angus operation, alongside with his parents near Outlook, Saskatchewan. Wingalow Cattle Company sells bulls by private treaty each spring, as well as select females off-farm and through purebred sales. Chase graduated in the spring of 2025 from the University of Saskatchewan College of Agriculture and Bioresources with a degree in animal science. Chase was actively involved in the Canadian Junior Angus Association and is a proud alum of the Hanley 4-H Beef Club. He has grown up attending many open and junior cattle shows throughout Canada. And if you didn't hear me before, Chase has won more showmanship titles than probably anybody in his age group. Every time we'd go to a show, it was rare that Chase didn't win showmanship. Chase is as calm and cool on a halter as you can find. He does one heck of a job showing one out there, so he is very fitting to be out here judging showmanship this spring at the Prairie Thunder. Intermediates that qualified, please make your way to the lean-to, to the barn. We have 2 splits of intermediate showmen. We have 2 splits of intermediate showmen. Make your way up here. Jonesy will split you up. Jonesy, we got splits coming to you right now for intermediates. Gate run them. So again, if anybody just joined us, I'll just give you the rundown of who's all in junior showmanship. Dawson McLean, Hayes Redicop, Brady Hansen, Kenzie Ayers, Briar Blanchette, Zoe Lockness, Briggs Blanchette, Cooper Smythe. These are our junior showmanship competitors. Again, thanks to our ring help, we have Bev Borison and Aaron Steen. Our social media photographers of the day is Double B Media, Baxter Blair, and 7D Media, Sam Bushbeck and Mackenzie Paget. They've been taking pictures and videos and backdrops and candids and everything all day, so pay attention to their social media pages, and there will be links sent out to where you can buy your photos. Oh, you don't even have to buy photos. Even better. They're all provided. So Stacy, make sure you go buy a few or get a few photos.
Well, we get into this junior division, and the competition definitely starts to heat up a bit. And I always find it fun to judge these juniors because there's a big kind of range in age. There's some kids who have just been shown for a couple of years, and then there's some who are at the higher end of the age group and have been doing it for a long time. So I think each and every one of these kids, I've been watching them all day. They've done a great job and earned their way into this championship class. But I think there's two individuals that have kind of caught my eye and rose to the top, just in terms of the way they present them, not only themselves but their animals as well. They're calm and collected, and they don't try to do too much in terms of showing that animal off. They're just calm and get that cattle standing in a way that I can see them in the best way possible. So with that, I will go select a Grand and Reserve Champion Junior Showman.
Thanks, Chase. Our Grand Champion Junior Showman is... What a week. Good job, Briar Blanchette. She's had a good run on showmanship here the last couple weeks. And our reserve. And Brady Hansen. Now, Brady, can this weekend get any better for you? Good job, Brady. Our reserve showman is Brady Hansen. What a weekend you've had, bud. Good job. Good job to Breyer. Good job to Brady. Congratulations to all the juniors that made it to the final drive. That's a feat in its own right. Congratulations, juniors. Moving on to intermediate showmanship, ages 13 to 16. In split number 1, we have 2 splits of intermediate showmanship. Champion Intermediate banner sponsored by Page Vet Services, Dr. Chad Page out of Munster. And our reserve Champion Intermediate showman is Watrous Mainline GM. 2 splits, take as many back as you want. So Judge Bruno just said since there's 2 splits, he's going to bring back as many as he wants. He's not going to comment after each class. He's just going to pull them back. He'll comment at the very end on his champion drive about the 2 splits of intermediate showmanship. So there's going to be no comments after this, and he's going to pull out as many as he feels fit to come back to the champion drive of intermediate showmanship. In no particular order, entries in. Entry 112, Alexis Ziegel-Gansberger. 116, Kendra Ewan. 120, Gibson Grenham. 127, Brenna Fornwald. 135, Grayson Fornwald. 140, Kaylin Bartle. 145 and 146, a double qualifier, Katie Kolonowski. And 147, Casey Wilson. That is split number 1. I think I'd check the age on that Katie Kolonowski. She's been an intermediate for a lot of years. If you were a division winner in anything all day, banners come out of your class, we need you to come and sign the thank you cards. It's going to be set up right behind the sound truck after the show's done, right after we do Unlock Your Potential. So don't forget, if you want any of your other prize money, you got to come and sign the thank you cards, and then you'll get your prize money. With that, I'm going to draw a couple names out of the bucket. Out is Kaylin Bartle, not running in the Unlock Your Potential. Another one out is Emma Thomason. And another one that is not in is Merrick Whitbread is out. Couple more. Kirk Rutten, you're out. Ember Redicop, you're out. Jacob McLean. And Avery Borison. Again, 2 splits of intermediate showmanship. Going to pull out as many as Judge Bruno wants. It's sponsored by Page Vet Services, Dr. Chad Page. And reserve banner is sponsored by Watrous Mainline GM. Judge Bruno is pulling 3 back to our champion drive. In no particular order, Lexus Zegel-Gansberger is advancing. Also advancing is Katie Kolonowski. And rounding out the top, or 3 that are coming out, is Kaylin Bartle. 3 of them will be advancing to the intermediate showmanship final. Congratulations for making the finals, all of you intermediates. Good job. You 3, don't go too far. Sneak back under the lean-to. Yep, they can go. We're not going to make comments in the classes. All right. Split number 2 is coming in right now. Split number 2. We have entry number 164, Mesa Bartle. Entry 171, Gibson Grenham. Entry 175, Taylor Mackey. 202, Addison Barnett. A double qualifier, 230 and 231, is London Matthews. 235, Kirk Rutten. 218, Cheyenne Holberg. And 232, Carson Pochapinski. This is our split number 2 of intermediate showmanship. Again, our intermediate showmanship is sponsored by Page Vet Services and Watchers Mainline GM. Advancing to out of split number 2, back to our final drive will be Taylor Mackey, entry 175, 202 Addison Barnett, and 218 Cheyenne Hoberg. Them 3 will be vying for our champion intermediate showmanship. Congratulations to all you intermediates that made the finals. So good job. You 3 sneak back and walk back in with the other 3. And we will do our champion intermediate showmanship right now. All right, now it gets a little more intense. Here we go. Our intermediate showmanship final. 6 participants in our intermediate showmanship final. First in, or no particular order, but the 6 that are vying for intermediate showmanship is Lexus Ziegel-Gansberger, Kaylin Bartle, Katie Kolonowski, Taylor Mackey, Addison Barnett, and Cheyenne Hoberg. Them are the 6 that are vying for our intermediate showmanship. And one thing that I really notice here, boys, you better pick up your shorts because these girls just kicked your butts. We got 6 girls in the final for intermediate showmanship. So boys, get back to the trailers and start practicing. Seniors, make your way to the lean-to or the barn, whatever you want to call it. Get in the shade because you are next on deck. Seniors, next on deck. 2 splits. Thanks to our ring help, the beautiful Aaron Steen. and Bev Borison. The beautiful Bev Borison, too. The beautiful. Looks like we're ready for our comments on our intermediate champion showman. And here is Chase Bruno.
Well, I think it's pretty true that this intermediate division is definitely the toughest of the day. They're not making my job easy out here, and that's why I took a little longer on this class here today. Some of you might have noticed that I like to keep my showmanship classes kind of simple. I don't like to take show sticks away or make kids change animals or anything. I think showmanship is a representation of how you present your animal, and the best way we can do that is to mock and simulate the actual open show. And I think that gives us the best gauge on having to judge these intermediates. Each and every one of these individuals have done a great job all day. There's not much you can pick apart of them. Kind of just personal preference on some little things. It's picking hairs here in this division, but congratulations to each and every one of these individuals. You've done a really good job, and certainly a tough competition out here.
And here we go. Chase is going to go pick his Grand and Reserve that are going to receive banners by Page Livestock or Page Vet Services and Watrous Mainline and show sticks and show stick buckles or show stick wraps. Taylor Mackey is your Grand Champion Intermediate Showman. And our champion female of the day, Katie Kolonowski, is our reserve showman. Congratulations, girls. Grand champion was Taylor Mackey. Reserve grand champion was Katie Kolonowski. Thanks, ladies. Good job to all of you that made the final. Congratulations. Moving on to our senior showmanship. Split number 1. Hey, intermediates, if your name, and juniors, if you haven't heard your name drawn out of the Unlock Your Potential, start making your way up here to the show ring, because when we're done the senior showmanship, you might have a chance to win the Unlock Your Potential prizes. So make your way back up here if you haven't been drawn yet. All right, in our senior showmanship, we have 2 splits. In no particular order, and again, I think Chase will pull out as many as he feels fit out of each split. Right, Chaser? Okay. He's not going to comment until the very end, just like he did in the intermediates. In the first split, entry 102, McKenna Lowe. 128, Jaden Luther. 129, Allie Porter. 142, Joran Fry. 144, Rebecca Porter. 146, Abigail Tomlin. This is split number 1 of our senior showmanship. Split number 1 of our senior showmanship. Our senior showmanship sponsor, our champion banner and show stick, sponsored by Watrous Animal Hospital, Dr. Allison Bartle, who is going to hand out her award. She's been working here all day and in the kitchen and out here. And our reserve sponsor is Model Meats, Derek Martin, out of Watrous. test old Chase's showmanship here with all these good showmen. We have three coming back to our champion senior showmanship. First is Joran Fry, Rebecca Porter, Abigail Tomlin, Next in our final senior showmanship split, we just had a little domestic up here. Entry 155, Tatum Harlock. 163, Lane Steen. A double entry from Avery Borson, 176. 177, Taylor Reed. 221, Curtis Hewitt. And 239, Hayden Wegowitz. Again, this is our final class of showmanship. And then we'll come back for our champion drive. And he's taken 2 out of our final split. Avery Borison and Taylor Reed will be coming back for our finals. The rest of you have a good walk back to the trailers. I can say because my kid's in there. All right. Now, your senior showmanship final. We have 5 coming back, vying for 2 banners. Sponsored by Watrous Animal Hospital, Dr. Allison Bartle, and Model Meats, Derek Martin. And here we go. First in is Joran Fry. Following him, Abigail Tomlin. And rounding out a split number 1, Rebecca Porter. Them 3 were out of split 1. Out of split 2, we have Avery Borison and Taylor Reed. Number 5 for our champion senior showmanship. And concluding our day at 2026 Prairie Thunder Spring Classic. What a day we've had, what the weather we've had. I'm sure there's going to be some people putting a little aloe vera on their skin after this that maybe got a little extra sun. But a lot better than wind and cold, and what a great day we've had. Thanks to everybody that has come. We are going to do our Unlock Your Potential. As soon as this is done, we'll let these senior kids tie to their trailers and sneak back up here, and they have to sign their thank you cards. If you won anything today, you have to come and sign your thank you card, and then you'll get the rest of your cash. So don't forget that. Otherwise, it's going to go back into the kitty. So you have to come sign. Thanks to our showmanship judge, Mr. Chase Bruno. He's done a heck of a job. I know it's a long day, and it's the end of the day, and he's still very thorough on what he's done, and he's doing a great job. Thanks, Chase. Thanks to our ring help, our photographers. Thanks to everybody that's been here. And thanks to all our major sponsors and everybody that come to watch and attend this year. Chase, are they testing you out there? They are. Looks like we're ready for our comments on our Grand Champion Senior Showmanship.
Well, these seniors, sorry for taking a little bit longer with them, but it really did come right down to the end, and it's pretty tough to differentiate all these showmen out here. They all do a fantastic job in getting their animal presented in a good way, and there's not much you can really fault them on. And I think, you know, showmanship in general is one of the most important things in showing cattle, because it can make or break a placing when you're out there in the junior show. So I think it's a good thing that we pay a lot of attention to showmanship and presenting the animal in the best way we can. Before I go out and select a champion and reserve, I'd just like to again thank the Prairie Thunder Committee, all the sponsors, and everyone who came out here and supported it. This is a one-of-a-kind show, and it doesn't go unnoticed with all the sponsors and all the prize money that's up for grabs today. It's a one-of-a-kind event. I've been fortunate enough. It's pretty cool to be out here today judging alongside Colt. We were buddies in 4-H, and even though he's a year younger than me, he's always someone that I kind of looked up to just in terms of judging and everything with showing cattle. So it's pretty cool to be out here alongside him judging today. With that, I think I'll go see if I have determined a winner here and get you a Grand and Reserve Champion Senior Showman.
Good job today, Chase. And with that, this is our final. And he's going to go out and pick Grand and then Reserve, sponsored by Watrous Animal Hospital, is the first banner, show stick plate. Going with a girl that's probably won just about as much as you, Chaser, Taylor Reed. Congratulations, Taylor, our Grand Champion Senior Showman. And our Reserve. Oh, back to Avery Borson. Good job, Avery. Avery Borson is our Reserve, sponsored by Model Meats. Avery Borson and Taylor Reed are our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Showmen of our Prairie Thunder Spring Classic. Congratulations, girls. Hey, Mom, what do you think of that? Good job. Good job, Chase. Nice job. Well, juniors, I have a handful of names left here in the bucket. We're going to do our Unlock Your Potential. The first one we're going to draw out, the first name that pulls out of this bucket is going to win a turbofan. So make your way to the show ring. Come stand in the show ring, and we'll get to that here in just a couple seconds. I'll help you.